Do you believe a God exists in reality?
What's a god?
Is there anything in reality that you refer to as God?
No. Well, but again, I don't know what that means.
All right. Given such a thing, or given that case, there would be no such thing for you to demonstrate, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a word. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, we accept your concession. We lose, we win. Garrett's nerd.
Wait, did you say you win?
Yeah, you got completely dominated.
Yeah, you win at what? Oh.
The room challenge?
I find it kind of weird because you claim to not believe in something, but then you also say that that thing has no definition, right? So, aren't those kind of conflicting each other a bit?
When did I claim that?
You haven't claimed it, but I've heard this guy claim it. I mean, he's called the agnostic one, which agnosticism means doesn't mean anything.
It's not about definitions. It's an epistemic model. You're talking about semantics. I don't deal with semantics. I deal with epistemics. Is that what you thought this whole time? That agnostic people just complain about definitions? Wow.
You think we don't recognize God definitions?
Well, I don't know. What you asked me? Is there anything in reality you refer to as God? Well,
but it's like this is a pitiful attempt at a charitable interpretation, Jack.
I don't know what that means.
Jack, I'll repeat myself. This is a
when you ask that
Jack.
question.
I'm going to repeat myself a third time. This is a pitiful attempt at a charitable interpretation.
Are you just using the word God without defining it? Again?
I don't define the word God in the sense of God's ontology. I define the word God in the sense of human language.
I don't refer to anything as God, but I recognize there are God claims.
Well, you do when you use, even if it doesn't exist, You
that's your term, though. That's not my term. That's your term. Like if you say, this is my child and his name is John, my child's name's not John, dude.
When you use a word, you're referring to some conception, what that word means. So what are you talking about?
The other persons, whatever my interlocutor tells me. Is that confusing to you? Do you not understand that?
What's confusing is you're being evasive and not
There's
answering.
no evasion. I'm directly answering your question. You're just being a dumbass.
You're directly not. Well, I'm not talking to you anyway, but talking to the other guy.
I'll try it one more time. When someone asks me what God is, my response is whichever definition the person I'm talking to is using. That's the answer. That's an igtheist answer. Here at that
Jack
time?
said they weren't talking to anybody, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go fuck yourself then, Jack.
Yeah, I just heard a bunch of noises, and I'm not interested in noises that don't provide feedback to what we're saying. Jack, why are you typing? This is not an invitation to continue communicating. Here, let me help you.
Here you go. I took care of it.
Yeah, I don't know why anybody would go to a chat room and then not want to talk to the people in there. It's kind of retarded, you know?
My mommy beats me.
Bro,
You can get your
go
perspective
somewhere
across
else.
without
This
hitting
ain't the
low
room for you.
what you
Holy shit, dude. Hey, Jack, just go away, man. You don't want to participate with our rules. Take a break. Take a break, walk around the block, try again later. You keep sitting there chat freeloading, I'm just going to ban you.
I got it. I'll give him a 2-day whooping.
Nah,
Oh,
he
you
wants
didn't.
to
Never mind.
fuck with me. Fuck him. I just can't do the obstinance, man.
Understood.
All right, nerd. Let's go. S. Did you bring it? S. Yo, this is a chat room. If you're not going to talk, you're going to have to go.
How about, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Are you guys atheists or theists?
I'm just somebody asking you if you can prove the existence of a God thing. Can you do that?
I'm not a theist.
So you're saying you can't?
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
Then I win.
I
Get
don't
red,
believe it
nerd.
could exist.
Ankles
What?
shattered.
Yup. That's it, dude.
Totally
That's
fucking dominant.
game over.
Yeah, bro. Definitely, I concede.
No,
God
why
doesn't
can't you
exist.
prove it?
I concede God doesn't exist.
That wasn't the conclusion. I'm asking why can't you prove it?
Oh, because there is no evidence for God, so I can't prove it.
How
There's
do you know
nothing that
there's no
raises the
evidence for
probability.
God?
Because I've looked into it.
Okay, what's a God that you're seeing that there is an absence of evidence for?
Just use Occam's razor
On what?
and Hitchens. Sorry, Hitchens razor.
Yeah, on what?
On God, right?
Yeah,
An
what
absence
is
of
a
evidence
God?
just leaves a
This
conclusion.
is just
What is
a.
a
Yeah, this word has
I'm
no
not a
meaning right now.
theist.
Right.
I'm not a theist.
I understand that. I don't need you to repeat it. My question still applies. You're saying you observe the universe being in such a way that it gives you confidence that a thing referred to as God does not exist. And I'm asking, what is it about reality that you're seeing the absence of that would indicate an absence of God? You're not giving me
Yeah,
that.
correspondence of divine things or extraordinary things and
That's
claims.
just, you're using a word that means a word, but they're both equally incoherent. I don't know what that is. What is a divine? That's a God thing. That's something God's do.
Something
but I don't-
supernatural, something that
Right.
exceeds
which is God stuff, but I don't know
a
what God
natural
stuff
framework.
is.
Yeah.
You're begging the question.
I don't have a God, so I don't have a definition for a God.
Okay, if you don't have a God and you don't have a definition, then what metric are you using to evaluate this lack of evidence for God? It seems like it's vapid nonsense that you're
Sure,
spewing
like
right now.
like a theistic perspective. So for like Christians, Muslims, these would be classical theistics, which would also actually
Yeah, but none of those are
include the
expected to be
absence
visible.
for. None of those are expected to be visible.
Not expected to be. I mean, I know about Yahweh, and every time I've talked to somebody about Yahweh, it's not something that's supposed to be like right there that everybody can see.
I mean, Adam and Eve were able or claimed to have seen God.
No,
right?
what I'm saying is like it. When I tell you there is a sun, you could see that shit yourself, so you don't need evidence for it. When somebody says there's a God, I can't see that shit
Sure.
for myself, wherein which I wouldn't need evidence for it. So I need you to present the evidence. Like if I couldn't see the sun and you were like, "Hey, you
But
see
yeah,
the sun?"
there
I'd be
is
doing
no
the same
evidence.
thing.
Yeah, there is no evidence. I don't see a God. I don't
Yeah,
see
but I'm not.
anything that
I'm asking
points to
you,
a
what
God.
is the absence of evidence that would be evidence of absence?
An absence of evidence is an evidence of absence. I just reject the
Well,
claim.
isn't that your logic that you're using to rule out God? That there's an absence
Do you
of
know
evidence?
what Hitchens razor is?
Yeah, I know what
Yeah,
Hitchens
what would you
razor.
be looking for?
Yeah, I would be looking for anything that increases the probability of a proposition to be true.
So the sun.
Anything
The
empirical,
sun.
anything
The sun is
demonstrable.
God. There, you said anything. So
No.
the sun is God. So that's not good enough. So you didn't mean anything.
No.
So you
Well,
gaslit
what
me.
do you mean
didn't
by
mean
anything?
I
What do you mean
thought
by
you meant
anything?
anything. Anything? Like literally without bounds?
Yeah, some kind
Like
of
literally any
supernatural
will do?
being. Is the sun supernatural?
Hold on. Just take a second. You said anything. I offered you something and you rejected it.
You offered me something. The sun
sun.
isn't God. It
That is
isn't something
it's something
supernatural.
though, but it's something.
Look, typically when we define God, we define it as a
Hold on,
necessary
dude.
being
Hold
for all
on.
existence.
Bro, you're trying to leap ahead of what you did. You made a blunder. You said anything.
It's not a blunder.
Do you remember saying anything?
I remember saying anything that
Okay,
raises the
here's
probability
the
of a
next
proposition for
here's the next
God.
question. You said anything that raises the probability
For
of thing.
God.
Right, for God. I get you. So you said anything,
Yes.
right? Anything.
Yes.
You sticking by anything?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to offer you something. You ready?
Yeah.
You ready? It's the sun.
Yeah,
That's
demonstrate
something.
how something natural proves something supernatural.
I didn't say anything about being supernatural. You just said
Is God
God.
supernatural?
Not according to this
God as
definition. Not according.
supernatural.
That's how you define it, atheist. That's your God.
Yeah,
That's the one you worship.
asked me to.
Yeah, but no, that's the
don't
one you
worship a
worship.
God.
Well, then stop using a God. Why do you have a God that you're appealing to if you're an atheist and you don't worship a God? Okay.
I don't.
Okay,
It's
well
the
then
typical
think
definition
about
that's
the
given.
mistake you're making then. You're telling me the
The
sun's not a
typical
God.
definition given.
You're telling me the sun's not a God. What authority do you have to say that?
Yeah, the typical definition of
I
a
didn't
God,
ask you
which
to
is
appeal to
prescribed,
authority.
right,
I asked you what
as an
authority you did.
agency, as a necessary existence for the
Listen,
universe.
sir, I didn't ask you to give me a logical fallacy of appeal to popularity. I asked you what authority you had to tell me the sun is not a God.
That's because it's not supernatural. I gave you a definition as you asked for,
I'm
sir.
not saying gods are supernatural. When did I say gods are supernatural?
I did because you asked me for a
why are
definition,
you
and I
an
appealed to authority
atheist
or
talking
popularity.
about the ontology of God?
Yeah, because I'm appealing to popularity.
Then you're
right,
a theist. If you're appealing to the ontological nature of God, you're a theist.
Okay, do you believe the concept of God exists?
No, it's retarded. I don't even know what you're saying. I can't
Oh, so,
answer the
like,
question you
the
need me to
word
answer
God
because
doesn't
the question.
exist.
No, the word is a sound. That's what exists.
Oh.
All words are sounds, and the sounds exist.
Does God have a definition?
I'm saying God has many multiple contradictory definitions, which makes the word broken. And
But you affirm there is a definition. Okay, so you're a theist.
there are many multiple incoherent definitions, is what I said. Contradictory.
Oh.
Do you not understand
so
that?
you worship
Are you
something that's
looking for a
contradictory?
quip back? Because that didn't get you one.
So you're worshiping something that's contradictory.
I don't
because you
worship
believe the
things,
concept
dude. Are you
exists?
not listening, you fucking invalid?
I
When
don't
have I
think
told
you're
you I
listening to what I'm
worshipped
saying.
anything? Do you think
Yeah,
X?
because
Stop.
I said
Shut up.
so. Because
Shut
I
up.
pointed out,
Stop talking.
bro. What?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you to stop talking. Now I got a phone call. You should have shut up earlier. Dude, I'll shit on a desert checkpoint, bro. Are you talking about demons that are killing themselves on Abraham Lincoln's? Yeah, that's fucking crazy shit, dude. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, I think it's because they don't have proper supplies and hygiene and their food. Like there's something wrong with their food or something. Like they're not being supplied is the problem. Yeah, yeah, I don't have any either. But that's the last I heard is that they were under like grueling conditions or something. When you were on the boat for those months, were you going there for to commit a genocide for Israelis? Well, yeah, but you weren't there just because your like Jewish overlords like made you do it, right? I think that's yeah, I think that's part of why these kids are all butthurt over there because they're feeling like they're on a stupid mission. Whereas, you know, the missions you were on They got a lot of public pushback, but they weren't like this. Like, America hates this shit. Yeah. I can't say if the conditions are the same or whatever, but man, I would hate to be in the service right now. I feel like as a United States taxpayer, I should have rights to know which one of the people on the Abraham Lincoln voted for Trump so that I could send them postcards of how awesome my life is and how shitty their life is. Yeah, pictures of chicks that I'm hanging out with, but like censor it so they can't jack off to it. And then all the ones who voted for Harris, send them good like porn pictures, but like for Democrat eyes only. And then just put like Hillary Clinton's face and AOC's face on all the nude pictures. They're basically my property as a taxpayer. I should be able to treat my property any way I want to. And I think this is fair. Just send them videos of like people barbecuing, playing frisbee. Dude, you know how many times I've mailed whiskey and bourbon to the Middle East? Well, my bad. Let me correct the record. Apple juice. How many jugs of apple juice? A lot. A lot. Dozens. That's what we used to do back in the day. Like all the Air Force guys, they would be over in the Middle East killing people in their AC-130s and shit. And then all the people back home would send them care packages and shit, playing card, because the yeah, they get it, their shit taken all the time. They fuck up and get in trouble, and then their shit gets taken, and so they lose it. So you constantly got to resupply them if you want them to get the good shit. And they're not going to let you send like Maker's Mark, so you gotta get like apple juice and carefully take off the lid and shit so it don't bust the seal, and then you put the Maker's Mark in the apple juice container, and then mail the mots. When the what came? I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh. I wonder if that shit shows up in drug tests. Let's see. This is allegations from the USS Lincoln. Moldy showers and no soap. It means they don't got running water, and they have poor ventilation. Oh yeah. You mean full body smegma? Wow. That sounds so awesome. Yeah, but again, you weren't following orders for peed off Shitler, dude. Yeah, he was the worst president in my history until Trump, and now I wish the GOP was like that. I wish they'd come back. This shit is crazy. Well, I never liked them as GOP, but they were a lot better than what they're doing now. All right, Arab, let's go. Did you bring it? What's going on is we're asking you if you can prove the existence of a God thing. Is that something you can do? All right, well, then I win. Get wrecked, nerd. You see how quick that was? That wasn't that bad. That was painless, basically, right? You got wrecked. I win. Now you get to learn, right? Now that the hard part's beyond. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's with the racism, man? Don't use that word. Yeah, I heard you. I'm good. I'm good with that information. That, I got you, dude. You just came in here to listen and you got wrecked. That's fine. I don't think anybody's complaining about that, dude. It's always a good thing to get wrecked like that, dude. Now, what's wrong with you? Why can't you prove it, dude? So it's a cognitive impairment? Yeah, so it's a cognitive impairment. That's the problem. That's why you can't prove it. Yeah, you're dejected. I get it, and you just can't prove it, but you're stuck on it anyway. If you ever want to get help with that, we can help you with it. Oh, he didn't like that shit. Damn. Damn. Wait, you guys can't hear? Penis? Oh, shit. Yeah, he didn't say shit anyway. Don't worry about it. You didn't miss nothing. He was just one of those chat freeloaders. I just came in here to see what was going on. It's like, well, you're seeing it, buddy. Let's go. Chirp up.
But it's not what I wanted to do, but I was doing it anyway. I'm confused.
Oh shit, I missed a bunch of comments from Singer. Hold on. I was on deployment in the Roosevelt a bit ago. Gets rough. Especially when we go a bit with resupply. I bet. I bet it gets shitty, and I bet every time that those things deploy for something serious, people have issues. There's a term for it on those boats that they have, I guess, for jumping off like that. I don't know what it is, but it happens enough, I guess.
Yeah, some call it it's kind of like space madness in that realm of type of sicknesses. But yeah, it is common that one or two soldiers get suicidal. It's kind of needs to be addressed.
And like Singer's saying, it's old. Abraham Lincoln. When was the Abraham Lincoln? It was early 2000s.
It's insane how much money we spend per person to train them, and we still can't give them decent working conditions.
Right.
I think that's the real argument here. That's the only good one. This other stuff seems like they're just making stuff up.
Yeah, and then the ships aren't trained good, so it sucks.
It sucks working for the military. The VA sucks. It's it's a thing.
I was wrong. I thought they had done some overhaul of it in the early 2000s. Apparently, no, they ain't done shit.
They haven't changed it since it was made.
Well, no, they haven't. I guess they haven't done a major overhaul of it. I don't know. I don't think so. I'm not seeing anything on it.
Well, they're planning on a new one. They're just getting a new carrier instead. They're just decommissioning this one.
It's old. It's from the 80s, though. It's old as me.
Wait, how many new carrier strikes? How many new carriers do we have? Like, I didn't even think about this. I thought all of them were new.
No.
No.
Oh man, this smells like Russia. Not like Russia did something, but like I have the greatest army and equipment, and it's like from the 80s.
Did you hear like what they were trying to do the past like 5-8 years with like Navy acquisitions? Like them trying to build new ships? They're trying to do like the modular ship.
Right. That's what. Yeah, that's like the
And
ones
it
like
was just incapable of like not being like away from port. I think there needs to be like a dedicated like team of engineers from I think it's split between Lockheed Martin and Rolls-Royce.
The USS Roosevelt was in 86 and the Abraham Lincoln was in 89.
What do you think occurred during that, man? How are these bones sunken?
Our most recent one is 2017. 2017, 2009, 3, and then 95.
Can you hear me? Like
This is an English language server.
Work?
We didn't understand
my voice
you.
chat work?
no, we cannot hear you.
Can you prove
You
the God
said
thing?
no, but you answered my question. Like I don't know what to say.
You're talking too much.
Well, you
Can
could
prove the
say
God thing?
English words.
Habla inglés, nigger. What do you mean?
All right, you gotta go, man.
Bye. TOS, bro. TOS. We only have one. We don't have a new strike carrier. We don't have a new carrier. Fuck this.
2017.
Bro.
Yeah, we don't make boats.
It ain't really about the aircraft carrier. It's about the,
No, I know.
the aircraft. And they escort ships and shit like that.
I don't know. I feel like one boat every 30 years seems fine. Is that a reasonable time?
You weirdo. The weirdo. Period.
Can you prove it, Luis?
What?
Can you prove it?
Yes, because you don't have a needle.
How big of a needle do I have to have?
11-inch cock. 11-inch.
I think you're in the wrong room, bud. Man, I cannot find my lost pants. I'm getting aggravated.
Just go with some of the ones that you know how to find.
Yeah, I want the lost ones though. You're not supposed to go ice skating in shorts, I was told.
Why not?
Because the ice is cold or something?
It doesn't make any sense, dude.
What? Are you like using your shins to go on the ice?
I tried. I couldn't. I need to get my body used to cold temperatures.
Dude, in Project Zomboid, if I grind up this prime cut pork, it'll turn into ground beef.
Yeah, it might be tougher in Florida because of the humidity. Like if you got like bare shins and it's super humid and you got an ice skating rink, I'm sure the precipitation will just kind of like start making droplets on your little leggies.
I feel like I'm gonna be falling down a lot, so I don't know. I'm gonna wear pants, and as they're lost pants, I'll be fine. I just found them.
I don't think I've fallen ice skating in quite some time.
See, they're my lost pants, literally.
Oh, you found them.
Yeah, but the name didn't change. Bro, this sweet tart has the word head written on it.
That's what you're supposed to get. You give that out to somebody and they have to give you head. That's what that means.
That's crazy because it says there's one over here that says proud, rock, leader, and novice. I've eaten sweet tarts my whole life and they always said sweet tarts. These do not say sweet tart, they say words on them.
And them's Valentine's ones, man.
This one says funky. So if I give somebody a funky and a head one, I wonder how that would work.
Like what kind of sweet tart? Like an egg custard thing?
Like this kind of sweet tart.
Oh shit, I'm not looking.
Sweet tart, sweet tart. original sweet tart. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
I hate those.
Really?
Oh, actually, there's the chewy ones I like, but the ones that kind of like that are chalky are just horrible.
Oh my god, the chalky ones are my favorite, dude. Holy shit. I hate the chewy ones. God, I hate those so bad.
Yeah.
I took your advice. I got some. I got a couple Rolls Royces.
Oh, what?
You know, the stocks.
For the novelty? Are they doing bad again? Was it a good time to? Were they dipping?
I have no idea, dude. I just bought two of them because you said Rolls Royce, and I figured I'll just buy two. It showed up on my invest feed thing, and I was like, oh, Rolls Royce, some other motor company, and then some like Lockheed Martin or something popped up. So I was like, oh, maybe.
It's just such a good stock to buy during disease. If there's like another pandemic, just buy a shit ton of it.
Well, I mean, if you can buy a shit ton of any stock during the pandemic, but
Yeah, but just Rolls Royce in particular. Just because they make their money through miles traveled on their turbines.
you're talking about
And
the
they're
airplane.
heavily and then they're heavily subsidized by the UK government.
Yeah, I spent $39.85 for two.
Like I made a long play with Intuit. I don't think it was the wisest buy. Like people are bearish on it because of what's it called? They're bearish on it because of AI. And it's like people are thinking, I'm guessing that people are just going to use like Claude to file their taxes or something like that and hope that works. So they think they could just replace TurboTax with that.
I mean, I do my own taxes. I don't. Holy crap, dude! I wouldn't trust a fucking AI to do that shit.
I mean, if I did them myself, like the IRS could send me a letter, whatnot, I gotta negotiate. But the IRS never checks the TurboTax receipt.
I've never been audited. You know what I mean?
So I just pay it so I don't get noticed.
Oh yeah, no. I whatever my income is every quarter, every 3 months, I pay a damn fucking payment, whatever it comes out to, and then at the end of the year, I do actually get money back sometimes because I overpay during the year. Sometimes it's not often, but sometimes. And then I have Miss Lost get paid through 1099, so she gets her full child tax credits and shit. But I like my roads and I like my turn signals, and I like to have drinking water, so I'm gonna fucking pay my taxes.
Fucking so.
It's a lot better than being a retarded anarchist. Like, what the fuck are wrong with those idiots? What's up, Timesha?
Well, how are you doing, guys? I only joined because it was written like guy in that ain't real yet.
Nice. So
I
are you
thought maybe
here to prove the
I
God thing?
thought maybe people
Sorry.
were cool here.
So you're here to prove the God thing?
Huh?
I said, so you're
Sorry?
here to prove the God thing.
No. I'm atheist.
Oh, so you can't prove it then? All right, then I win, you lose. Get wrecked, nerd.
Fucking dominated.
Can you prove your atheism, please?
I don't believe in God. How else can I prove? I'm not sure.
Which God don't you believe in?
All of them.
Okay, so you have a list?
Huh?
You have a list that you run down that you're like, okay, so the sun, not a God. The trees, not a God. Jesus, not a God. Right? That's what you do?
You know, like if I ever will be the believer of God, which God I would believe?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, like, you have a checklist of like gods, right? And then you're like checking them off. But like when you come across the sun on that list, like the sun doesn't exist.
You know what George Carlin said? Like, if he ever was like a believer of God, which God he would believe?
Be an atheist. I don't think.
Like he would believe on the God of Sun. You know
Well,
why?
that's my point. You just called yourself an atheist, right? Can you tell me what your definition of atheism is?
Oh, I don't believe. I believe in science where there is not like unexplainable or inexplicable, like whatever happened before Big Bang.
Okay, so can you
I believe like
I give you
science
Tim Shaw?
just
Tim,
didn't get to it. You know,
Tim,
science didn't.
can I give you my definition of atheism real quick?
Okay.
For all God propositions, an atheist says no.
Not okay. I will not like. You know, like this. There is this astronomer. This guy. You know, like American black guy astronomer. What's
Well,
his
no.
name?
So what you're saying is an atheist could accept a God existing? Is that what you're saying? Or an atheist?
No. If you're atheist, you will never accept any belief in God.
Okay, so
You
then
will only
right.
you will only
So,
believe for the hard facts of science.
okay. So when the atheist encounters an individual that claims the sun is God, why is the sun not a God to the atheist?
Well, science didn't like science pretty much explained what kind of chemical thermonuclear
No, we're not talking
reactions
about its
goes
properties. Listen,
inside the sun,
Tim, Tim,
but
we're not talking
they
about its
might not
properties.
figure out all of it. Yeah,
No,
they might not figure out all of it,
no,
but
we're not talking about its properties, right? I'm saying the human says the sun is God. Now you, the atheist, tell me why it's not.
because I went to the high school and I learned the physics. I don't know, like how else to not believe that sun is not good.
Well, does the sun exist?
Copernic and Galileo and all those like guys. Some of them died,
No, man.
some of them didn't.
Does the sun exist? Our host star, the thing that
Of
gives you a
course.
sunburn.
You
Okay.
can see it in the sky
Okay. Now, has it
every
been
day.
called God?
What has it been? What?
Has it been called God?
Of course, Helios, like all kind of like in Greek mythology, it was called Helios. In
Yeah.
Turkish
Okay.
mythology, it was called like Tengri. Like, yeah, okay.
Okay. So now, why would an atheist deny the Son's godhood? Like, why would you? What gives you the ability or the knowledge that can say the Son is
You know,
not
like
God?
you're missing the point. Atheism is not like organized. I don't know, organization. Like it's just each person chooses for himself. Why I became like that? In the beginning, I was like religious because I was born in the religious kind of like not religious like semi-religious kind of
I feel like you're
family.
answering questions nobody's
But
asking you.
yeah, I'm answering the long way. So okay, short way. I read the books. I decide for myself that I am atheist. The fucking shortest way.
But does the Son exist?
Of course it exists.
Okay, so one God exists, right? You can't be an atheist. That would be contradictory in itself.
Like George Carlin, this, stand-up guy who died when, like 2008 or 9, he was saying,
Are you
if
telling?
he ever, wait, let me finish. If he ever believed a God, he was atheist, but he was saying, if he ever believed in God, he will believe in the God of sun. Because sun gives us light, he gives us warmth. He
No.
never asked about money in return.
Yeah.
Sun gives us life, right? Like,
No.
I asked.
No. The Son doesn't give us life, buddy. That's not how that works. Life just is, and under certain conditions, it can transmutate. Right? Like, you know what I mean? The Sun isn't a necessary like thing for life to exist. It's just a part of this cycle that we experience.
Ask ask the vegetation how they do this this synthesis stuff. Yeah.
Trying to get through is the Sun exists. It's been considered a god. Therefore, I have I have nothing else to compare it to be like, oh, that's not a god, right? But you're telling me the Sun isn't a god, and I'm trying to figure out why, right?
Because it's still like I don't know. It's just a bunch of materia in the universe. That's all.
Do you have a definition of God, Timsha?
I don't believe in God. Why should I have a definition? I mean, like scientifically. Scientifically, is that the question?
No. Do you have a definition of God, right?
I don't believe in God, but I can like make up some definition
No,
scientifically.
don't make up one. So when someone says the word,
How do I have a definition of God if I don't believe in?
right? So I'm trying to figure out why the Son isn't a God. Like, what property does it?
He might be, but for some to really be God, the Son has to have a conscience,
Wait a minute.
some kind of conscience. Yeah.
Wait a minute. See here, now we're getting somewhere. So, within your definition of God, there must be consciousness.
Some kind of not human conscience, but some kind.
Information from. Why is that the case? Like, why is consciousness a trait, a God-bearing trait?
Well, like maybe not in the beginning of universe when the everything became. I don't know what happened before the beginning of the universe. It's
Yeah, no,
it's a big question. Yeah, but after that, when the universe expanded,
we're not talking about that. We're talking about Timsa, right? Timsa's brain says that in order for something to be a god, one of its properties must be consciousness. And I'm saying the sun is God, and I'm not giving it any magic or any weird properties. I'm just saying the sun is
okay. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it doesn't have to have a conscience. But then, you know, if God doesn't have a consciousness, it will only like operate within some rules without like conscience, you know,
right. And that's what I was trying
right?
to figure out is what property does the thing have to have for it to be considered a god?
For human being, for human being, from human being point of view, you mean?
Oh, so we make it up and proclaim these things, and then, we determine if it exists.
Yeah. From human being point of view, it has to have a conscience because you know, like
Well, no. There's people that say the sun is
yeah,
God.
you read the Bible and you read the Quran or like Torah.
I've read the
They all have emotions.
Bible.
They all have emotions.
I've read some of the Torah, some that I could find and understand. Yeah, I do understand.
Yeah. But like Moses, what Moses did, then Jesus, and then
Yeah, but
Muhammad, they all had emotions and stuff.
we're not talking about.
It was never like a robot, like without like
Yeah, but this is not what we're talking
conscience.
about. We're talking about Timsa's mind. And why does Timsa's mind have this thought that in order for something to be a god, it has to have consciousness? This is where we're trying to address.
No. You were asking like if there was God, and the last question was like from the human point of view, for there to be God, it have to have a conscience. He said yes.
Oh, you mean for the
No?
idea to propagate? Is that maybe I misunderstood? Like you're talking about for the idea to propagate, a human mind must think of a god concept.
Yeah. For the humans,
So,
if they say
so
about
no,
God, God has to have some sort of conscience, right?
right. So
All the holy books write about that.
right. So then no human, no god concept, right? You agree?
Well, if there was no human, there will be no problem, probably.
Right. No god concept, right? No human mind, no god concept, right?
If there were no human, is not only not God, there won't be no war, no bullshit. There won't be anything.
Right. Okay, so we're there. But you do have a definition of God inside you. I know you do. And it's not you don't believe it's real or but you have one.
I have several kind of like notions about like what the people think God look like, you know, because I used to believe God too. Yeah, in my early years.
Yeah, and that's what I was addressing was that.
When I was naive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's still
So
there. It still got you. That's why when I said the Son is God, you rejected it because it wasn't conscious, right? But I wasn't claiming it was.
no. I didn't reject. Like I said, if I ever believe in God, I would rather believe that in Stan as a God.
You wanna know which God I believe in?
I don't believe in any God.
No. You wanna know which God I believe in?
Okay, go ahead, man. I'm actually curious.
Okay, my God is Latina booty, but it's one specific Latina's booty, my wife.
Wait. Buddha, you mean like Buddha?
Yeah, like her booty is God in my worldview.
You think like there is Latino kind of Buddha?
They do, and I don't care if it smothers me
No,
to death.
booty, not Buddha.
Yeah, booty, like the thing you sit on your dairy.
Is it Buddhism or I'm just confused.
Can you spell Booty? Do you know what that word is?
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm first hearing about this kind of religion. You mean like Buddhism? but like with the Latino
Females
stuff in there.
ass,
Huh?
right? My wife's ass has been deified by this monkey right here, and Latina
Okay, where your wife is from?
Mexico.
Okay, I always thought she's like Christian or some shit. But
She believes that her ass is God too.
okay, tell me about your like religion, Buddhism, or it's not Buddhism, right?
You don't. You have a language barrier. Do you know what a butt is?
Huh?
Do you know what a butt is? B-U-T-T.
I mean, like rare young
Your
girl,
ass.
where you
The thing you're
just
sitting
hold and can't let go, yeah.
You know, like
I know that.
the thing that you sit on.
Yeah, I actually like to hold on with the girls, but yeah, explanation is clear.
Well, there you go.
Okay, but
Listen, my God exists too. So that's two gods I have demonstrated to you, the atheist, that exist in this reality.
so can I just like make sure that it's not Buddhism, right?
No, that's like Hinduism.
It's not Hindu, but it's different. But okay, Buddhism might be like even like earlier, but we're not gonna like debate that.
It's
So
spelled.
what's your religion?
You
What's your
think you think
like?
it's older than Hinduism?
Hey,
I don't
listen.
know. I don't, okay. Let's not start that. I mean, like, come on, because yeah, I would say Buddhism was earlier, but I'm not gonna.
You said Buddhism
It's
was.
not. It's not even. It's not even that old.
I'm down.
So your religion is Buddhism, like Atheism, some
Yes,
similar.
yes. And the Latina, which is the Hispanic, is my wife is
So
Latina.
what
If
do you
her ass
think,
is
like God of or God of us, or what is it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. My wife's ass is God.
Well, of course he's your wife, but other than that,
That's it.
what else is? That's it.
That's
That's
it.
a religion. Then I am the atheist too, like because I very like my girlfriend's ass,
Right. So
and
you're
I'm dedicated to it.
yeah. Stop being an atheist. Don't be retarded. You know gods exist. You know this.
I don't believe in God. I believe in my girlfriend's ass, because she is perky and I like it.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So now you have evidence that two gods exist. So you can stop being an atheist.
Oh, stop with the word of God, because it's not about God. It's about my girlfriend. Yeah.
You can call your god girlfriend if you want. I mean that's your deal, dude. Not mine. I'm just telling you my.
Oh, you are just like mixing up the terms.
No, I'm not.
Okay, like in the early ages, they called God when somebody provided miracle.
Do you not think that my wife can't perform miracles? Is that what you're saying? That's another one of those properties.
I'm not saying have the people
No, no,
so
no. Here's
like
the
miracle,
problem with God for
because
atheists. Like
when Jesus died and when Jesus made water to wine or that bullshit, they all kind of wrote down to the book.
yeah,
Yeah.
but you're like going off in this weird direction that's not like a part of what
Yeah, I because you start to call this shit not shit, call this thing God,
you're atheist.
nature wise.
Wait.
No, I'm just making analogy.
No,
Those
but
people recorded.
no, it's not an analogy. Latina booty is God, is my claim. I can prove my Latina booty exists.
therefore my God exists, right? I've demonstrated such. And you,
Because your wife exists. That's why you can prove.
right,
But you,
but hold on,
yeah, but you never proved like miracle or what kind of miracle you have.
you're the atheist, dude. Like, not me. I'm not an
Yeah.
atheist. But you're
Okay. Yeah. There you have me. Okay.
right, but
There
you're
you have
telling
me.
me that things are gods because you're actually a worshiper of the god of classical theism. But
No, I don't. I only worship my. If I ever have to worship, I will only worship my girlfriend, and that's all. But
you're a
I will never call.
theist.
I will never call for God. I will call it love. That's all.
So you're still an atheist, though.
Hmm?
You're still saying no
Yes.
god exists.
Yeah, of course. I'm pretty much very good atheist.
So my wife's ass does not exist. That's what you're saying.
Well, can I be frank with you? I never care
Dude,
about
what do
your
you
wife ass.
That's what
I
I
care
was.
about my girlfriend's ass, so I don't want to be rude here.
Like I said, this guy worships the god of classical theism.
Yeah, he's a strong adherent. You can tell.
What's happening here? Are you guys actually in his side? My side?
I don't have sides, dude. I'm three-dimensional.
No, he's just
You're acting like this God.
making her wife's ass as a
Yeah,
religion.
Tim, you're acting like this God word means something else, and you're not telling us what it means in your brain, right? So when I give you a God proposition, you tell me that's not a God because it doesn't meet one of these specific standards that you still have in your brain, right? Like the first it was consciousness, and now it was I forget what it was, just something different just a second ago, right? So like it has to have these properties, right? That I'm not prescribing those properties to any of the things I'm proclaiming as God. You understand? Like I'm not doing that, but you keep putting that weight onto it because that's in your brain, not in my brain.
Okay, your Wi-Fi is not God anymore, or what's happening?
No, my wife's ass is God. It has been God. It's been many years now. It's been God, and it continues to be God, and will forever be God. To this monkey right here, right?
What happens after 20 years when that God becomes
Do
not
women have
a spirit
expiration?
anymore?
Like, do they have
No?
expiration date or something? Is it, you like implying that?
Then will you choose another God, or
Do they have like expiration dates? Is that like how this works? Like, you just pick a different God every.
I mean not God, but the as yeah, people age.
Yes, but I'm asking, like, does that change the proclamation of godhood?
I don't know. You started it. You proclaimed your wife's ass is God.
Correct. Right. And you seem to have a problem with this.
Well, I mean, after 20 years, if that God or
You,
us
you wouldn't,
becomes not as much
like
attractive,
anything after 20 years?
will you keep believing in it, or you will start another religion?
Um, should I stop believing my wife's ass is God? Is
I
that what
don't know. I'm asking the question. What will happen in 10 or 20 years in your religion?
that's why I asked you? Is there like an expiration date on women's asses or something? Like you can't worship them after a certain age? Is that like a thing? I'm confused.
No, no, who knows? Some people does that. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, so when your wife gets old, are you no longer gonna treat her the same? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I will love her like on the first day because I choose to do that, not because some God, because I myself do. You know, that's all. That's why I'm proud of.
Yeah,
I
but
made
the
the
question
decision.
you were asking was implying
No,
like
no, no. I'm asking him. I'm asking him.
objectification of women. Yeah, but
What would
why
he
did you
do?
introduce like the objectification part? Yeah, but why do you insist on the objectification of women as a subject of conversation?
Yeah.
Because he made his wife as a god. That's what I was.
Yeah,
I don't know.
but you're like really trying to like objectify a person.
Not me. He did it first.
You, no,
He made his wife
You
first
keep
as a
bringing
god
it. You keep talking about it.
because he brought it up.
No, you're obsessed with that.
Like in 20
Well,
years, I'm supposed to.
I
Yeah,
only joined
you
British
won't shut up
channel.
about the objectification of women.
Wait, guys. I only joined this god
Hey,
British channel.
you're like, hey, you're suggesting it. No, you just like, hey, no, I'm just suggesting. And then you've been doing that for the past like 15, 20 minutes. That's not the conversation of the chat room. The conversation of the chat room is talking about what makes a god, right? But you're just being like a person who's like, hey, I'm just suggesting it.
Can you let me talk?
That's what you want to talk.
Okay, you talk.
Tim, are you gonna shut up about it or no? Because I'm getting sick of it.
I'm listening to
The
you.
only person who's obsessed with this is you.
I've made my claim and I proved my claim. My God exists, right? And that's what we're trying to get through. Is that you're stuck in this loop that gods have to have these properties to be gods, and I'm demonstrating that it's only me or you saying the thing's God that's required.
Guys, is it becoming like you all like ganging up on the guy who doesn't believe in God?
Not listening.
Is it like
You're
this?
clearly not listening. You have feelings, and you just got burned, and now you realize that you do have a definition of
No,
God.
no, 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 no. You know, he brought it up. He made his like wife says, "Oh my God." I talked about it. That's all.
Yet he still never answered the question: why is the sun not a God?
Because it's like a mass in the sky.
Right.
Science
So
says
God
so.
can't have mass.
Yeah, mass in the sky.
No, that's what I mean. So gods can't have mass. So now they have to be conscious, right? Like you're also saying worship, right? That's another thing. Now they have to not have mass, so they can't have ontology.
It's a hard question, but it has to be that I would like it. The gods have it, but it doesn't have to be. Well, who am I to like judge if there is a God? Does it have or does?
Now we're asking
But
about what are the qualifications for the criteria that encapsulate all God claims.
okay, if I have to say if there is a God,
What do all God claims
then
have in common?
God have to be before Big Bang. He has to have an explanation
So
why he was before Big Bang.
was Zeus before a Big Bang?
Wait. He has to have an explanation why he was before Big Bang. He could be because Big Bang
Is Zeus a god?
wait. Big Bang explains the creation of universe, right?
Is Zeus a
But
god?
what explains the creation of God?
Is
Do
Zeus
you
a
understand
god?
that? I'm not religious about the Greek mythology.
All right. What question did I ask you?
why sun is not God or some shit.
So you've completely ignored the words I was saying?
Maybe,
All
sorry,
right, listen,
I'm a little bit drunk, man.
listen very carefully this time. You are not welcome here. Go away.
I never like insulted anyone.
Is
So
there a
I
word
haven't.
you have trouble translating? I can use a different one for one of them.
Yeah, I understand that. We were
Yeah.
just
Oh,
having
you
like
understand?
intellectual
Then
conversation.
why are you still here?
Um,
The language barrier was like the least.
Yep, big time language barrier. And I don't have the ability to articulate that.
Well, there wasn't even an attempt to start listening.
I wanted to understand why he wouldn't like tell me why the sun wasn't the god, but he like slowly gave us a different property each time that it needed. It was building up to be the god of classical theism.
Yeah, pretty much.
The consciousness part just got me good. I'm like, wait a minute, gods have to be conscious? So, yeah.
Are you waiting for someone to tell you, oh man, I like Zeppelin. That was a cool album.
Damn, they don't even have toilets on the USS Abraham right now. They got to go all the way to the front of the boat.
Wait, seriously? No
Yeah.
sewage?
Apparently, it's only in the front of the boat, so anybody's living in the
First world country.
I just hope they're all Trump supporters.
Yeah, Trump supports the military. He's got your back, bro.
And I bet you Trump supporters get mad when people say, I hope they're all Trump supporters, the ones suffering. They get triggered at statements like that, I bet.
Part of the deal with the Taliban. It's just this is so easy to fucking predict, man. How stupid.
I missed that.
You miss what?
What was said?
Oh, I'm saying that, like, it's so easy to predict everything that's happening. Like, voting for that is retarded.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Greetings. Do you believe a God exists in reality? I'll take a no give, huh? All right, Becky, you ready to begin? Becky, this is a voice chat. You expected to use your voice. You can come back when you can use your voice.
Sucks Piddle's all fucked up, man.
What happened?
He was just like sick. He said he didn't know what was wrong with him. He just getting dizzy and shit.
Well, ye old 2 weeks. Dude, this guy has like 3 alt accounts. At least. Ducky.
Oh. Is he like coming in here and other ones or something?
Yeah.
How do you know?
They're all the same fucking profile.
Low-key, I kind of agree with this. I don't think God exists.
So you can't prove it? You're unable?
I think the server IQ is pretty low today.
It's a global debuff. Oh, Doomsday came out?
In the theater?
I guess so.
Look. I hear talking about it though, so it's probably out.
Oh no, it's scheduled for December 18th. Never mind, fake news. Does Robert Downey Jr. have nothing else to fucking do? Is he caught in the Johnny Depp trap? Disney slave.
I'm sure he enjoys it. He's been acting all his life.
You call that acting?
Yeah, I've seen him all the way. But well, when was the first movie I seen him in? I don't even remember.
Yeah, but it's like when the last 10 movies you're doing is Disney. It doesn't
Yeah,
feel
but
like
that's
acting.
not his fault though, man. That's just money. They're probably throwing so much money at him for that.
Yeah, but like Johnny Depp too, right? It's like your art suffers for it. But yeah, a few hundred million.
Yeah, I don't think he
You
cares.
could, there are better problems to have, or there are worse problems to have.
You gonna prove it?
Am I gonna what? What, prove God?
Yeah.
What do you mean by prove?
Like show that it exists.
Well, to show something doesn't mean for me to prove it. Just prove means that there's no other way. Means like
No, you meant in the context of the way that I'm asking you to prove it would be showing
I know.
the ontology.
Okay, so you want me to show evidence that God exists? That's what you're asking.
I want you to show God.
You want me to show God?
Yeah. That's how you demonstrate ontology is you show the thing.
Okay. You show the thing. So you like what do you mean by show? Do you mean visibly show?
Oh my god, I'm done. You're asking too many goddamn
I'm
questions, dude. I'm
asking you. I'm asking clarification. Can I clarify?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and finish what I was saying. Since you're unable to prove it without me clarifying every fucking word in the English language, I'm gonna assume that you're unable to prove the existence of a God thing and declare victory. Now go fuck yourself.
Oh, okay.
Next time, come in here knowing what English is.
I'm asking clarifications.
Yeah,
My
I
bad.
don't
I'm
like
sorry.
debate bros that do that. I just can't stand it.
It's not. I'm not trying to be.
If you want to have a conversation, get a dictionary. Look up the word. Look up the word.
Okay.
Look up the word, and we can move forward.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit
I'm
here and
sorry.
be your fucking definition or your dictionary.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I was just asking some clarifications. That's my apologies.
No, that's your tactic. That's not just.
It's not my tactic. I'm not a debate bro. I just joined the server.
You're a debate.
How am I a debate bro?
You're doing debate bro tactic.
You're being toxic, dude, for no reason. I'm just trying to ask a question.
I hate debate bros, man.
I'm not a debate bro, dude. What are you talking about? Why would you make an assumption like that?
If you go to a mechanics server and you're asked, do you have a wrench? And you say, what do you mean by wrench? And you say, what do you mean by wrench? They're going to think you're a fucking asshole. You're on a debate server and you're asking all these basic bitch level fucking 101 questions. What do you mean? Just have the conversation. We'll flesh out any unclear term usages in situ, right? I don't want to fucking offer you a dictionary of all my definitions up front of the conversation. I don't want to do that. That's not fun.
Man, okay. I apologize.
Were you talking the whole goddamn time, retard?
No. Can I say something real quick?
Bro, as soon as I unmuted your ass, you're already talking like you were talking the whole fucking time. I can't hear you right now, retard, because I can't fucking talk and listen at the same time. And I need you to know that I ain't fucking listening, right? To when I'm talking, because you seem to just talk when I'm talking. So you need to know that I ain't fucking listening. And like you people don't understand that. That you like making all that goddamn noise, you're going to have to repeat all that goddamn noise. Every single fucking word you say when I'm talking, I ain't listening to.
That's okay.
Wow, you're still talking. You're literally talking the moment
I literally had a moment of
you.
silence. Yes,
bro, I agree with you.
Because it was silence.
As soon as I unmute you, I'm hearing noise coming out of your microphone. You know that's telling me you ain't listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to a goddamn word. You're probably over there chirping away right now, even though I can't hear you.
All right, I gave it 10 seconds. Okay. There you go. I was listening.
Now
My
I'm
bad.
asking you to demonstrate the existence of something in particular. So I'm asking you to do a particular standard task. Now, the thing that I'm asking you to apply the standard task to is God thing, that thing. So if it's true of a hot dog, it's going to be true of a God thing. Because this is true of all objects.
Okay. And what I was trying to ask is, what way do you want me to demonstrate him? Do you want me to show him physically? Do you want me to demonstrate him philosophically, ontologically?
Yo, I'm
That's
not
all I was
answering
asking.
retarded questions.
That's no. This is a civil discussion.
All right,
you got to make
retard.
clarifications.
It's not civil when you don't fucking listen. Listen to every goddamn word I'm fucking using.
You're not making any
Can
clarification.
you demonstrate the existence?
Yes. Yes.
Proceed.
Okay. We can get into philosophical discussions, okay, about this. That's what, like, that's a form of discussion. I can bring out the historicity of Jesus Christ.
That's not proceeding.
Okay, hold on. Who am I debating? Who am I having a discussion with? Am
Well,
I talking to Emoji?
actually proceed though.
It's the
Am I
room,
talking
bro.
to Emoji or am I talking to
Hey,
Anti
every
Nerd?
time I get the
Begin.
microphone, I'm going to make a meta conversation. I'm going to just turn everything into a meta, even though I know I've been asked this direct
Oh my
question.
goodness.
I'm just going to harp on the fucking
All
meta
right.
all
I
goddamn
don't.
day.
I think this.
Every comment that I make, I'm going to give a
speak.
fucking meta preamble, right? Every time, if this dude asks me what planet that I live on, I'm going to give him a 5-minute fucking preamble before I say Earth. Holy shit, you're toxic as fuck, dude. You said you just joined here? You're not going to have fun on this server, dude.
Yeah, because you're screaming at me. I've had
Yeah,
5 minutes on the
you're being
server.
an obstinate retard. We could have been.
all
We
right.
could have been having
How many
the
debates have you
conversation.
had tonight?
Dude, I told you, man. When I'm talking, I ain't fucking listening. You're doing it again. Do you understand the concept of shut your fucking mouth when I'm talking?
Who is this guy?
Do you understand? The question is, do you understand that you are not to be talking when other... There you go. Fucking retard. You gotta fucking hold these goddamn morons' fucking hand on how to have just a basic fucking conversation. Bro, I'm not your friend. I'm not here to teach you fucking English or comprehension. Not here for that. You better have those crayons in your coloring box in class, bro. When you walk through the fucking threshold, man. Fucking invalid. Thing is if he got over his fucking obstinance, there was a minor chance we could have had a conversation. But it's literally, let me fucking preamble everything. Let me preface everything. Let me make sure that I clarify, what do you mean by the word the? And retards, man. Non-stop. And retards on this goddamn server.
Yes, I can prove it. I can prove it all the ways without beginning.
Eddie.
Hello.
Hello, Eddie.
Greetings.
Hey, man.
How you doing?
If you want to hang out, could you do that in a different room?
No, me and Eddie are here.
Well, that can change. See?
Fuck.
So you want to do that
Okay,
in another
bye.
room?
Dude, I will never get over the fact that you could just crush a butt up straight into your bowl and smoke it. When they invented Sensimilla, dude, I was like, what the fuck? No way. That shit's bullshit. You can't do that. It's so rare that you actually get a seed, dude. I think I've had like 2 seeds this year. All right, nerd, prove it. Yeah, that's what I thought. You're wrecked.
Hello?
All right, nerd, let's go. Prove it.
uh, I just had a question for you.
Does that have to do with you proving it?
Well, it's rather a different stance than trying for me to prove it to you.
Okay,
I'd rather
then we can just ban you.
Yeah, like
Why?
because we got a thing going on, and if you don't want to participate in it, then you can leave. We're gonna treat
Well, if
you
that
like
is the-
every single other person. You're not special to us.
It's
Well, I
border
respect your
customs, and you're not complying, so we turn you away at the border.
Yeah, we want to know your epistemics before you come in, dude.
Well, if that's your case, then I guess you can ban. You can ban if that's your rules.
Do you need that, or are you just not capable of going off and fucking off?
Oh, you let me leave. Okay. I thought
let
you
you?
meant like a.
Dude, you're in control of yourself, man.
Well, yeah. Well, sometimes when I leave places, they
Right, so
just
you
ban
see
me
the
anyway.
theme. God ain't real, prove me wrong. Do you want to engage in that or not?
No, sir.
All right, then
I'll
leave.
take my leave. Have a good day.
Bye. They need permission.
Yeah, that was weird. Like, no, you can't leave, but I'm about to ban you. It's like, what? Gotta stay right there while. All right, Lando.
I'm not religious.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
I can't prove what.
The God thing.
No, I can't prove it.
Then I win. Get wrecked, nerd. Why can't you prove it?
I don't got proof.
Yeah, I gathered that much. Why can't you prove it though?
Because I don't have proof.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm asking you to do, and I'm asking why can't you do that?
Because it doesn't exist. Well, as far as I can tell,
What can you tell?
I can't find it.
What would you be looking for?
Proof.
No, what would be the thing that you would be looking for that when you found it, you'd be like, that's a god?
Miracles.
And what do those look like?
Splitting the moon.
Are you sure that's what they look like? They always look like that?
No.
How do you know, like, one of your atomic nuclei didn't decide to just go fucking, full whatever, positronic reversal, and God miracled that shit, and you didn't explode and take out half the city with you?
Maybe it did, but...
Everything looks normal, right? Like, that's all you see is a normal reality.
Right.
So how do you rule out miracles again? Can you walk me through the logic here? Just so I don't fuck
can't.
up like that. Oh, so
I can't rule it out.
You're just making shit up?
No, I'm not making anything up.
Okay, so we're asking about ontology.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
So what am I making up?
I'm asking you, what ontos would you expect to stumble upon?
I'll give an example.
You said what?
I gave an example.
Yeah, you said miracle, but you can't differentiate miracle from reality. Like just standard regular shit.
Well, there's miracles that I can perceive, and there's miracles that I can't perceive, right?
Okay, but how do you how do you tell them? Can you perceive the other kind where they're non-normal shit, like people exploding or something? I don't know. Like what do they? Look like? What's a miracle?
It's possible that it's possible there's miracles I can't measure, or I can't see, or I can't perceive, and I just
yeah, but let's talk
about
the ones you can perceive.
Okay, so like for example, if somebody came up to me and said, "Hey, I'm a god," and I said, "Well, prove it," and they said, "Well, what do you want me to do?" And I said, "Split the moon," and they said, "Okay," and they pointed at the moon and it split in half.
Wait, you can perceive that?
Well,
I'm not asking about a hypothetical. I mean one that you can perceive.
Yeah, I would be able to see the moon being split in half.
Not what you would be able to. What you did be able to.
No, I haven't perceived any miracles, if that's the question.
So all miracles up to this point in the conversation are indistinguishable from reality? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know if any miracles have ever happened.
Well, but we're only trying to be able to differentiate normal standard reality from miracle reality.
Sure.
Right. And so I'm saying up until this point, if there are miracles, they look like regular reality and you can't tell them. You can't be like, that's a miracle right there, because it would look like reality and regular shit. That's
you could imagine...
That's the lowest bar, right? Well, maybe there's more, but right now we should be able to establish common ground that miracles look like normal, regular reality. They're indistinguishable from it. That if they're occurring, we can't tell. At least...
I can't say that confidently, because, a miracle... Go ahead.
Do you know what the concept of at least means?
I hope so.
It's like the lowest thing that we can agree on, that reality looks like reality, and if miracles are popping off, I can't tell the difference between reality and miracles.
Sure.
Okay, that's the lowest bar. So we can agree there that we're not observing, or at least I'm not. Now, do you observe any kind of miracles? Ones that, like, you could tell that's not reality, that's miracle reality?
No, I can't.
So why are you presupposing miracle realities?
I'm not.
Well, yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You are logically asserting the possibility of miracle realities. That's you presupposing.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood what you're saying. You're saying me even like supposing that it's possible that somebody could propose or like demonstrate a miracle, like splitting the moon, is me presupposing it.
Yeah, that they're even possible.
I see.
Because if you can't
Okay.
observe one, then and then what you are observing, like I said, maybe my body
I see. I see what you're
exploded,
saying. Maybe
but I can't tell.
right. Maybe exactly. Okay, so what you're saying is like maybe even like this miracle that I'm presupposing, like if somebody were to demonstrate that, like maybe there's an explanation for it that's not miraculous. Maybe the moon split for some other
future.
reason.
I'm not worried about making future predictions right here. I'm trying to establish ontology. You're trying to use semantics as a epistemic prior to say, well, what about the moon splitting in half? And I'm saying, hey, let's go to the moon splitter and look at it and make an observation and see if it's capable of splitting the moon. Because just because I see a moon get split and a dude wave his hands around, don't mean that dude waving his hands around is the one that split the moon. So I need to see the thing you're saying exists and see what kind of qualities it has. And if I look at it's like under the hood and it's got moon splitter tools in there, then maybe when you try to say, hey, maybe that guy split the moon, I'd be like, yeah, I saw that in his repertoire. Could be, right? That would be logically possible there.
So you're presupposing that the moon can be split through non-miraculous means.
Not split exactly, but definitely fucked up. Like you could fuck the moon up, but I don't think you would ever call it split. I would say like
Right, but I mean,
fracture.
but we don't have to hinge this on like the moon or any specific miracle. You're saying basically when I propose like maybe if somebody showed me a miracle and I would believe it, you're saying, well, given any miracle that somebody could demonstrate to you, how would you know that it's not possible through natural means? And
Well, here's the
it's not
problem with me
miraculous,
though.
right?
If a dragon landed in my front yard and a wizard jumped off the back of it and psionic my tree and to a like magic bag of holding jumped on his dragon and flew away, I would say that's the craziest natural shit I've ever seen in my life. I have no idea how that shit just fucking happened, but it did. And I'd be looking to my neighbors, and my neighbors would be in shock too, because we're gonna presuppose it actually happened, like everybody saw it. I wouldn't think magic. I would just be like, holy fucking shit, dragons are real, right? And start trying to understand the physics behind it. And maybe I'm wrong about the physics. Maybe it actually is magic, but my presupposition is going to be it's non-magic, right? It's just some crazy shit. Now, I do have some misunderstandings going on because if you think about the wingspan of a dragon versus the weight of a dragon, like you would need to know how heavy a dragon is. And if a dragon weighs as much as a lizard, dude, the wingspan on a fucking dragon is going to be like a mile, right? To be able to fly. So it doesn't make sense physically, but that's why I would presuppose natural because everything I've ever observed is natural.
I guess what you're saying makes sense. And like, I don't know. There's even things like if my uncle found a way to start his car, I would find that miraculous. But like, you could tell me anything that I perceive, no matter how crazy it is, like the moon splitting or like a person turning into a dragon and flying away or whatever. It could either be miraculous, which is not likely because I've never seen anything that's miraculous, or it could be natural because they actually did it somehow, or maybe I hallucinated it. Maybe
well, like what? How are you calculating
maybe I have some
this?
kind of like mental
Yeah,
illness,
Your likeliness.
you know, like even my own senses are fallible.
But you
right?
can't detect miracle, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I guess maybe we can separate like the ability to detect miracle versus the ability to believe miracle, because like my senses are fallible.
Yeah, one would
I could
precede
this
the
this
other.
whole
One's,
right
one
this
would
whole
be
Discord
ontology.
server.
Hold on, real quick.
Sure,
One would
go ahead.
be ontology. The other would be epistemology. I can't let you talk to me about epistemology here yet because I'm not certain of ontology. I need to be certain of ontology.
But can't we take that further? Like the idea that you're proposing, like even I it could be the case that like even for non-miraculous things, like even me just speaking to you in this Discord server, I could have hallucinated this whole thing. I could just be shaking in a fucking jail cell somewhere, and I've hallucinated this, right?
I don't.
So how can I determine?
Hold on, wait. I don't
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting to. Is like it's like if we're
can you listen to the
we're-
words
are we
coming
heading
out of
towards
my mouth right
solipsism?
now? We're not gonna.
I think so.
Because
I
it's
think
a
so.
banned topic. It's a banned topic.
Oh, okay, my bad.
That's why I'm trying to shut it down, dude. We presuppose each other's existence and grant humanity to each other. If you can't do that, get out.
Okay. And I don't want to flirt with getting banned, but how? Maybe you can give me like a scaffolding for this. Is there a
Because
way?
you're already interacting with me. You have one of two options: either you're crazy or I'm real.
Right. But
That's
you're
literally
suggesting
your only two
similarly for
options.
the. But you're suggesting
Hold
similarly
on.
for the
Can
miracles,
you
right?
can you
Like either
acknowledge that those are two options and choose one?
yes, either I'm crazy or you're real.
Right. Now, which one are you choosing?
I think you're real.
Okay, so we don't need to talk about the other one because we're both choosing where each of us is real.
Okay.
So we don't need to talk about it. It would be pedantic
Okay.
and a waste of time to establish common ground on something we've just established common ground on.
Understood. But also, I could decide you're natural or you're miraculous, right?
Yeah, you could do that, but in either case, my cogito and whatever presuppositions I get to our interaction, you grant.
Bro, do you guys know the Mormons?
Hey, so Lando, you mentioned the likeliness
Who do you think
earlier
you are?
as if you calculated that.
Mm.
What
Sorry, the likeliness of something being
what
real.
the likeliness of something being a miracle or not?
Hey guys,
Oh,
could you inform me what part of
Sorry, go ahead,
So,
Monkey.
did you do any work there?
No, I'm just speaking off of like intuition, basically, whether I
Oh,
believe
it sound-
something's likely to be
I
real
don't
or
think it's
not.
intuition. It sounds like daydreaming.
Well, like I don't know if my neighbor's dog, if I see them do like a double backflip, like I have to decide personally if I really saw that or if it's likely that
No, you don't.
I
You never
hallucinated it
do
or something,
this.
right?
You never do this, man. This is not part of our everyday common experience that you ever challenge shit. Even if the craziest shit happened in front of you right immediately, as long as it's in tandem with all of your other senses, you're not really going to question its manifestation. You are questioning its epistemology. You don't know what the fucking thing is. You're in shock. You're trying to figure it out. That's all granted. But the fact that you are interacting, like maybe you're standing there in shock, in fear, you are interacting with it. You are accepting its ontos. So this is not a thing that you do on a cognitive level. You do not have that kind of control over reality detection, right? Your eyes work
can I give you-
regardless of whether you want to. You hear no matter what you think otherwise. You could try to not listen, but your ears are going to do it anyway.
Can I give you a real example from my life?
Of what?
It's when I was a kid, so maybe I have less credibility there. But when I was
an example
when I was like
of what? What is this going to be an
of
example
me questioning what I'm seeing.
Dude, I'm not saying there's never reason for you to question what you saw, right?
Okay.
What I'm saying is all you have is your senses. And so you are going to respond in real time to what you're detecting. Now, what you're questioning is your interaction with what you're detecting. And so primarily we rely on what's going to be a shared interrelated experience. So we're both having an interrelated experience, not the same experience, but it's an like you're saying it's blue and I'm seeing a thing and it's also blue, right? If you start saying that thing's red, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna give you pushback. I'm gonna be like, I see this thing, but it's blue, dude. And that should cause you pause to consider maybe you're not seeing it properly, or maybe I'm not seeing it properly. But now it's not interrelated. We're not relating to the same object. We're seeing the same object, but we're not relating. We're relating it differently. When I say blue, you say red. You see, that's the relationship that we're having with the object. We're relata. We're in a relationship, and there's this other external object, and we're using semantics to reference it. So blue and red is in our brain. It's a word we use to convey some epistemic model. And the epistemic model here would be the thing's nature of its interaction with us and its color, right? So we have an epistemics here, which is a cognitive understanding, but cognitive understandings don't have words. There's no words there. The way you perceive blue is not a word. Now you perceive blue, and in semantics, we have the word blue to represent that epistemic cognitive understanding, right? But you don't word your cognitions. You experience and then apply labels to your experience, and you're applying those labels because you're trying to communicate a message.
Okay, that was a helpful explanation. And I appreciate that. My follow-up question would be like, okay, for the person who does believe in God and quote unquote miracles, or for example, couldn't that work under your framework? Like for example, God does something, they split the moon or whatever, and from your perspective, it's like, right, this could be like a naturalistic phenomenon, like it's possible naturally, but also like God could be possible naturally.
Well, I don't
under a
know what
certain
you're
framework,
saying when
right?
you say God, but if unknown object X split the moon, I would accept that there's an unknown object X that can split the moon, and I would label it moon splitter. Because now it's not an unknown object X, it's a moon splitter.
So wouldn't like this wouldn't a lot of the arguments that you have with like religious believers be between like whether or not the uh, so-called moon splitter exists?
No, it's applying. Remember, I was just saying that you have an epistemic model and then you have semantics, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your epistemic model is a description of your experience, and you don't word your experience. Do you know what I mean by that? Like you're having.
I think
like,
so.
Do you think your dog looks at you and goes, "That's my human"?
No.
No, because that's semantics right there. That would be
Right.
the dog using linguistics to apply labels to objects. That's linguistics. Now your dog
Okay.
is cognizing you. It's aware of you. It's aware of you in ways you're not aware of you, like your odors and the multitude of them, right? It's cognizing your existence, but you're more like a scent to it. Like you're a visual thing for your dog, but you're more of a taste to your dog.
Mhm.
Your dog understands you through that kind of cognition, whereas you understand your dog more on a visual and a metacognitive level. And when I say metacognitive level, that's where you think your dog's a person or it has personality, you love it, those kinds of interactions. That's a metacognitive state. But on a cognitive level, you and your dog are basically doing the same thing, but from a monkey's vantage, you, and from a dog's vantage, her or it. For me, it's a her.
Mhm.
Right? So we're having a shared interrelated experience, but the interrelation here is now trans-species, right? It's not the same like we're having an interrelated experience because we are using a semantic lexicon. So our forefathers, the people before us, have developed a language and they taught us this language and we're using the language to logic. And so we're taking emotional states in our brains. That's what our ideas are. Their feelings and attitudes and dispositions towards concepts. And those concepts are metacognitive conditions, metacognitive states, where you used cognition to experience reality. But then in this conceptualized manner, where you're taking your cognition and expanding it in a conceptual space, where you have memory and all the other things that are, part of conscious experience, right? You're unpacking that into a conceptual framework. So you're taking a cognitive state and turning it into a semi or a quasi imagination. So you are imagining the world and you're imagining it through your cognitions and interrelationships with the objects around you. I'm one of the objects, and I'm giving feedback from my vantage. From your vantage, you're giving me feedback. From mine, I'm giving you my understanding. And so we have an epistemic model that isn't related to the words we're using. Just like our dogs and our pets, they're not using words to understand their relationships with reality, and we're not doing that either. Now, when we take an when we go from pure cognition, which is just, awareness of the ontos, and we metacognize it and we try to explain it, we put models, that's epistemics. That's our epistemic model. Now, if we only apply semantics here, where we're not reliant on the dog's existence, and I just say, hey, I'm going to use pure semantic representation and say my chinchilla loves me, I can say my chinchilla loves me. I could say my chinchilla bit me last night when I was shooting it in the head with my Glock. I could say these things, but that's just fiction, right? But it could have been the case. That's also a possible reality, because I didn't say anything. Like, I didn't say I almost shot my unicorn last night. If I said I shot my unicorn last night, your vantage from over there, I'm saying something that's flying in the face of your common experience and ultimately our interrelated experience. Because you could ask me, where's your unicorn? And if I can't present a unicorn, this is an indication that there's a flawed perception, at least on one of our parts. So it's important that we be able to differentiate pure semantic content from epistemic content. Epistemic content is born of our experience. Semantic content is more born of our inculcation, our semantic or our lexicon, our language. The way we were trained to chimp at each other, ooh, ooh, ah, ah, in what we're trying to convey. Because I'm trying to convey meaning to you, not words. You don't give a shit about the words I'm using. You give a shit about the meaning those words convey. Because all the words I'm using are symbolic representations. I got to speak this way because if I didn't, can you imagine communicating by definition? That would be super hard. It's possible, like computers do that, and they're highly efficient in their communication. They don't really mistranslate anything. But it takes a metric fuck ton for an animal like us to communicate that way. It's easier for us to be able to rely upon our individual ability to infer and rationalize and figure things out in our own brains. That we run model simulations, but we're running the same simulation. You have the English profile.
Talking about?
You have the English profile just like I have the English profile, and that's why our monkey forms can interrelate. If you had the Botswanan profile, we wouldn't know what the fuck each other's saying. But we're cognizing reality. We just don't have the same semantic lexicon in order to share our communication, share our experience. So it's important that we say what we mean and mean what we say. And when you guys say that there's like magic and shit, what's magic, right? You have to be able to cognize the reality, because if you're not cognizing reality, then you're just imagining. That's all you're doing. This is why when I'm saying, can you demonstrate the existence of, that's the most critical aspect of the conversation, because absent being able to do that, everything you say about it's going to be a non sequitur. It will not logically follow.
Okay.
Here's an example. Let me give you like a hard example I've been thinking about. So if I had a box that you can't see what's in that box, and it's impossible to detect what's in that box, and let's just say, don't cheat, but let's just say that I put a beaver in the box, right? And then I showed you the box, you wouldn't be able to describe what's in the box, right? It wouldn't logically follow. If you told me, like, let's say in a hypothetical, I ask you what's in the box, you know a large rodent of the genus Castor having sharp incisors, webbed hind feet, and flattened tail is in the box. You know that. But you also know that in the hypothetical, that would be a logical fallacy. It would be a non sequitur. Even though outside the hypothetical, we know it's a beaver in the box, in the hypothetical, if the only information you're granted is a box, it doesn't logically follow that there's a beaver in there. Even though you and I, the guys having the actual conversation, even though we know it's a beaver. It's logically incoherent to say there's a beaver in the box when you don't know what's in the box. Let's just say you guessed. The best you could do is guess. And let's just say you guessed every characteristic of a beaver. It was a guess. You won the Powerball of guessing. It's amazing. That would be kind of a miracle. I would like to know how the fuck you guessed that much. Like, detail, you told me it had 38 whiskers and it did. Holy shit. Like, that's some crazy shit. But you do know, outside of that weird shit, that you have an impasse at describing things in that box if the box isn't open for you to look into there. Even though you're not learning any new words when the box opens up, you had all the same semantics before and after. Your semantics weren't helping you when the box is closed, because semantics is only what you use to convey your experience. Absent the experience, you have nothing to convey. This is why when you say there is a God, you got to pop the lid on the box. Absent your ability to do that, I know you don't know what you're talking about. At least I know you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. I want to say thank you for the in-depth explanation. And I don't have a response. I just need to digest everything you said.
That's just what happens when you talk to an ichtheist, dude. This is why atheism is retarded, man. Atheism and theism are retarded because it's a false dichotomy. You've been gaslit into thinking that's actually two options.
No, I appreciate it. I'm gonna leave the room, but I do appreciate your like willingness to explain in depth. So thank you for that, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening
Yeah,
and
I don't
weekend.
believe in magic, dude.
Got it. All
All
right.
right.
Thank you.
Bye, Baron Administrator.
Later.
All right, Bijo. Ready to begin? I think what they're saying is it's a voice chat. You're expected to use your voice.
That's not spam, dude. That's just him talking over the course of a long time. Nick. He's talking to the room. He's not talking to himself, calling everybody fish because he doesn't know that some fish live on the land. Because fish are vertebrate. You still not know this shit, dude? I swear to fuck, man. You don't have to believe it, but you got to get the nomenclature correct, dude. Otherwise, you're just straw man and shit. Fucking nerd.
So Bijo, you found the YouTube link?
Yeah, because you're fucking spamming nonsense, dude. He's engaging. You're just fucking regurgitating your fish, your fish, your fish, your fish. Oh my god, your fish. That's you, the whole fucking chat. Dude, will you get your fucking ass out? Well, no, I don't think. No, you're Asgard Archaea, not Plankton, dude. I don't think our ancestors were ever Plankton, dude. I've never heard of that shit. Plankton is a modern animal, dude. Wait, Plankton is an animal, right? Hold on.
Is it?
I think it is. I gotta look it up, dude.
I thought plankton like had chlorophyll in it or something.
Some plankton are animals, but not all of them are. Plankton is a broad group of drifting water creatures defined by how they move, or rather float with the current, rather than with. Did I just hear some shit? Oh yeah, it's the police. Rather than what the biological family they belong to. So yeah, I guess some plankton are animals. Bam! Get fucking wrecked, dude. I intuited that shit. Well, no, I didn't intuit that shit. I probably heard that shit somewhere.
So zooplankton are animals.
Ichthyoplankton. What is an ichthyoplankton? Okay. Ichthyoplankton are large fish, of fish that drift passively. Okay, there are some fish in there. So there are some fish in plankton. Look at that, dude. Learn something new every day. Like, does that trip you out, dude? That like lots of different things use the body plan of the backbone, the spinal column, the notochord. Like, I don't get it, dude. I don't get why you don't get it.
Plankton it has every kingdom.
Plankton's in every kingdom?
Every kingdom
contributes to plankton?
Contributes to plankton, yeah.
Huh. I didn't know that. So it's just
You get
bio
algae and fungi.
Yeah, it's literally oceanic biogoo. It's got it all in there. No wonder the whales eat it. That's just disgusting, dude, if you really think about it, man. Yeah, I don't get what you don't get about you being a fish, bro. Because all fish means is vertebrate. What hubris, dude? I never said you're incapable of teaching. I said you're fucking retarded because you don't understand what the word fish means. And you refuse to engage like 3 fucking different streams. You just spammed over and over that you're too fucking retarded to understand what a goddamn fish is. It's your fucking hubris that you built this fucking narrative that I was talking about anything else, dumb shit. You just lack the fucking comprehension of what a goddamn nerd means when they're talking about what vertebrates are. And you don't want to learn it because you're a religitard or some shit. I don't know what the fuck you are. I really don't give a shit, dude. Well.
What's up?
Nothing. Just shitting on his fucking nerd and fucking doesn't want to fucking admit that he's a goddamn fish.
In chat.
Yeah, on YouTube. All right, nerd. Let's go. Prove it. Red.
Here, I'll sacrifice my mod powers.
Nick, you don't understand. This is my resting fucking rate, bro. This is me my whole life. You're not doing anything to me.
Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself, Red. This is a voice chat. You're expected to use your voice. Red Scorpion 75.
You gotta physically unmute, dude. There you go.
That is the gayest fucking shit in the goddamn world. I'm just saying.
Dude, I hate to fucking burst your bubble on this one, but there's much gayer shit in this world, bro. Like,
Fucking
way
push
gayer.
to talk is almost gayer than getting shit on.
Are you gonna prove the existence of the God thing or just be retarded?
You want proof of existence of God?
Yes.
Show me proof that anything has evolved.
So you're saying
This
you
is
can't
what I
prove it?
sacrificed. This is what I sacrificed my mod powers for.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you believe in evolution, then evolution is like a thing that should continue to be happening.
Dude, if you
and
don't
it
believe
hasn't
in
happened
evolution,
for
you're retarded.
thousands of fucking years.
Like, you're
There are good
functionally
reasons for it.
Like, I mean that in the nicest way possible. Like, I mean that you have delayed cognitive development in the neocortex regions that are responsible for understanding science. that somebody gaslit you so fucking hard in your life that they shut down mimetic functions there, and you just reject one of the most demonstrated scientific fields ever.
Hold on just a second. So if life evolves randomly,
Hey,
Yeah, you're
just
not listening.
like background, Red. I got to make sure I understand your background here. How many scientific papers, like in the Journal of Science, have you read on the topic of evolution? Just to kind of like, so you feel like you understand it better than scientists do. So clearly, you've looked at their reasoning for where they're coming from, right?
I have read some, yes.
All right, which ones did you read?
I mean, you're asking me to pull that off the top of my head. I couldn't really tell.
I mean, you're saying a whole
title
ass.
of.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the name of the paper? What year was it written, roughly?
In the hierarchy of nerddom, okay, and this is legit. This is the hierarchy of nerddom. The most attested for scientific model ever in the universe is the standard model of physics. Okay. Now, the second most badass model ever invented by monkeys is biology. Okay. You're just going to have to fucking get over it, bro.
So here's my argument. Okay. If evolution was a thing, if everything was totally random. Let me finish.
Wait.
I can't.
That means you read a paper?
I can't. We can't. No. Hold on. Wait. Pause. When you do that, you immediately start sounding like a chimpanzee in my ear. Just chimping out. When you start saying shit that
so you don't really want anybody to debate you. You just want to sit here and sound like a little peanut.
I don't debate. I don't do that. I do have conversations, but I'm not debating. This isn't a formal debate. But secondly, the reason I interrupted you is because you said biology entirely random. That means you don't know the first thing about biology. That's what that tells me. So I don't need you to like ask me that question that way. You can ask a question without loading it with nonsense. If you could do that, if you could manage to get
let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. How many degrees do you have?
In what? Like in all things?
In fucking anything.
If I took one 300 level class at this university I used to go to, I'd have 2 degrees.
How many do you actually have, in fact, right now?
One. I have a degree in science nursing.
Oh my God. Okay, well, I've got 3. So
that's fine. Do you have any in biology? Do you have any in biology? Do you?
I have a medical degree. I have a medical degree.
Do you have any in biology?
No.
No. Like I said, if I took one 300 level class, I'd have a degree in biology.
All right. So back to my argument about God ain't real. So we live in what scientists like to call the Goldilocks zone, correct?
Well, all life would exist in that life's Goldilocks zone, no matter where that is. Like if there's life on Europa, okay, that's the Goldilocks zone for the life that would evolve on Europa. Like if you're an organism that requires 100, below zero and, an ocean of methane to evolve in, then Europa is the Goldilocks zone for that organism, for that type of organism. Now, for water-based, carbon-based life forms like us, there's a Goldilocks zone range, which usually is right about where liquid water forms and melts, stays melted, right? That's it. That's the Goldilocks zone, where liquid water can be. That's it. That's the Goldilocks zone. So you take the luminosity of your fucking star and the proximity of the planet in conjunction with the atmosphere, and if you have liquid water on there, that's bonus. That's a Goldilocks zone. Is that complicating? Do you not expect that? Like you have a heater.
No, I'm just. I didn't realize.
The farther away you get.
I didn't realize that this was just you spouting nonsense, wanting to argue with people.
Nonsense, dude. That's shitting on you with science, nerd. Like so heat it up. Get your planet too close to the sun. What happens to that liquid water? It boils off. So no water on the planet. You get it too far away. What does it do? It freezes. So organisms like us that require water live in a Goldilocks zone, which is just the temperature range from the star. That's it. Every star
Do you
has
just
a
like?
temperature range. Every single
Do
star.
you just like hearing yourself fucking talk? Like
I love hearing
you,
myself
you let
push
other
your
people get a
shit
word
in.
in edgeways.
Yeah, you can get in there. Get in there. Fucking nerd. Yeah, run, little bitch.
So the Goldilocks zone is 67 million miles.
A hop, skip, and a jump, dude. Realize how short. I mean, that's crazy though, just for our star.
What are the chances we could hit a 67 million mile ring?
You know, when you understand the physics of it, when a star turns on and that solar radiation starts blasting out, the first shit to get blasted out is the really diffuse gases. So it's the first stuff to be poofed out to the outer distances. And all the crystals and dust particles and shit like that that have mass, like more mass than just, you know, a fucking atom, they are harder to push out for that star. And so you get this automatic separation of gas versus rocky bodies up close. It's just a natural function. It's just what it looks like. Literally every star does this. But it depends on the density of the gas cloud that the star is forming in.
Dude, it's like you get a medical degree, you learn genetic sex, and you can't get on board with evolution?
Dude, by a medical degree, he probably has like a certificate as like a fucking paramedic or whatever, like the lowest EMS. I forget what the lowest one is, but the lowest one.
But even the lowest EMS covers genetic sex, right?
No.
But
you're talking
like XXXY, like the chances of this, like
yeah, you're not going to cover some shit like that. I don't think in a course just for like maybe I don't know.
I covered this when I was like 12.
That's what I'm saying. Is like if you're doing just a basic EMS training course, you're probably just going to need a diploma, right? And so high school, you would have learned it in high school. If you learned it in college, it's because you fucked up in high school or some shit like that. You learn that in fucking basic biology. But these nerds don't pay attention to that shit. These fucking, I saw them in class when I was goofing off. Who do you think was looking at me? These fucking morons. I mean, these people didn't pay attention to shit, dude. They were there just fucking goofing off. It's like everybody else. They weren't, you know, they were doing the basic shit because that's all education is basic shit. It ain't the fucking hard shit, man. Dude's got 3 degrees. One of them's probably EMS. He said medical. Who knows what the fuck it is, dude? It could be a damn, you know, radiation technician or some shit, dude. I ain't trying to take the man's education away from him, just his epistemics. That's it. They're never going to use no semantic model and pretend it's an epistemic model. You guys gotta fucking wake up. Ain't drinking no fucking beet juice, dude. Shit's nasty. I don't need to lower my blood pressure, bro. See, Nick, I let the hate flow. I don't bottle it up no more, man. I mean, I do a little bit, but I just get it out, dude. I just get it out. That's why I'm just, you know, I'm much happier now that I'm a dick, dude. I'm telling you, all those years spent just trying to fucking toe the social line so I can hang out with the monkeys, man. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I'm done fucking hanging out with the goddamn monkeys, dude. You guys are toxic as fuck, dude. Y'all are a bunch of dicks, man. You just don't see it because, you know, you're probably a socialite or something. I mean, you're on the internet, so you're probably not. You're probably a loser that nobody likes, but still, you know, the average person, the socialites, the normies. I can wear my socialite skin suit just fine, though. Get all amped up though inside, man. I just don't like being in public, dude. Shit's crazy out there. It's filled with fucking nearly undomesticated fucking savages out there, dude. One pandemic away from fucking anarchy. You know how shitty everything is right now, dude? We're so close to a complete and economic collapse. We are. We are. We are teetering. All this shit. Fucking billionaires, man. You fucking nerds keep voting on the fucking billionaires because they're in the left or the right. They're in the red or the blue. A fucking Bernie came along. He could have imagine that when he first ran, if we elected him, he'd have ran his term, done his thing. It would have been fucking awesome. Dude would still be alive today. He would have ran his terms. Give him a second term. He would have ran 2 T. He would have been alive. All this bullshit about he's old. He's old. All that shit. The Democrats fucking gave you a corporate shill, and y'all fucking took it, forced it on American people, and she lost. Fucking never learn, man.
Hello.
Greetings. Do you believe a God exists in reality?
Me? I don't know.
You don't know if
Don't
you
really.
believe something?
I don't know if it exists.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you if you have good reason yet. I'm asking you if you hold it to be true first.
I answered
Not
your
why.
question.
No, you didn't. You explained that you don't have a why that is the case, but not whether it's the case.
But doesn't that like by not so the answer is no, trivially.
Well, no, not trivially, right? You can believe in something for no good reason. It's possible. Is that one of your cases? Do you fit into that?
Maybe when I was 10, but not after that.
So you do not hold it to be true that a God exists in reality.
No.
Okay, so considering that you would not be able to demonstrate one to exist in reality, right?
Is that the whole sentence?
That was a question,
Oh, could you repeat it?
right? Considering the fact that you don't hold it to be true, you would not be able to demonstrate a God existing in reality, right?
No.
No, that's not right. You can't demonstrate one?
I can't demonstrate that God exists.
Okay, we accept your concession. You lose, we win. Get back to nerd.
Absolutely dominated.
Wrecked.
Yeah, now why
What
can't you
question do
prove
you...
it?
Why can't I prove that God exists or doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Could you walk me through a potential procedure on how one would prove it or disprove it?
I could, but I just want to know what's your impasse. Like, what do you see as your prime barrier for being able to prove a God thing?
I think it would be more productive if you took the mic because it's not something I typically think about. So I'd rather just be educated by.
So
I
it's
don't know. It seems like
because
it's
you
something
haven't
you
thought
guys
about
think
it?
about.
Is that why? Is that the prime barrier? You just haven't thought about it?
Yeah, not since I was like a kid, but when I was a kid, it was just more like religious dogma or whatever.
Yeah, and then what happened? What'd you start thinking?
Just got bored, started thinking about other things.
Yeah, like what?
It was a while back, so I was kind of like obsessed with religion. I was like 10, and then I started. My next passion became physics.
So you're a physicist?
No,
Oh,
not
so
right
it's not a
now.
passion. What do you mean by passion?
What do I mean? But it was just something I spent hours a day doing and most of my time thinking about.
And you didn't get a degree in physics?
I did, yeah.
So you're a physicist.
I'm not a professional working physicist, no.
But you've done physics.
Yes, yeah, sure.
I'd say that makes you a physicist. You don't have to make money from it.
But not at the research level. I mean, I guess you could define it however you want, but for me, and I guess most physicists would define it as, you're in, some kind of research
Yeah, that's
position, or
generally
you're
what it means, because your education gets you in the door, and then in the door is where you really get your education.
exactly.
Your primary education, and that's not really an education in any field. Except for like the trades, because you're doing hands-on in those, right? You're actually doing, electrician or carpentry or something.
Though you could do undergrad research, you could do hands-on stuff.
You
I
could,
did a
yeah.
bit of that.
You could, yeah. You could be a student teacher or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if I have the stamina to finish my physics.
But what are you? Are you an atheist? Are you like where you sit philosophically with the God thing, with the God topic?
I just do not give. I don't care. I don't know. It's just, I guess, agnostic.
Did you say agnostic?
Yeah, it basically means nothing to me.
Okay, that's not really agnostic though.
Then what is it?
Where God means nothing to you? Retarded, I guess. I don't know. It should mean something to you. You're a monkey on Earth. We figured that much out. You were raised by monkeys. You said early on. So I don't know if you're going to be able to retain this memory or not, but previously you had discussed that up till about 6 years old, you believed in the God thing. But since you have no concept of God in your brain right now, it must be like you've been lobotomized in some way, and you're unable to recall. What's interesting is it's sort of like you have this Kim Peek syndrome where your left brain don't talk to your right brain, so you're of two minds. Because the person that I'm responding to now doesn't have a God concept at all in their brain. It's completely nothing. But his ability to articulate that around 6 years old, he did have a God thing in his brain. It's a very interesting psychological phenomenon. I would like to know the neuroscience behind this particular one. I've heard of an individual that when he looks at his mother, he can't recognize who it is. But when he looks away, he knows that that's his mother's voice. But his eyes do something to make him not understand that that's his mom that he's looking at. V.S. Ramachandran talks about it. It's a pretty interesting case. But your phenomenon is actually pretty interesting. It seems tied to original statements where you had previously said that you believe or you were inculcated into God-tardism. But then now you're saying that you have nothing. I don't know. I've never heard of this. Do you know if has anybody ever explained to you have like a neurological problem or anything like that? Or are you regular? Are you regular? They taught us in nursing school never to say normal. Are you normal? Or do you have some kind of weird psychological problem where you can talk about past inculcation but somehow maintain a null state in reference to God? This is weird, dude. It's so weird. Is this like a drug induced? Like, are you just high and you can't formulate a memory right now? Like, what's going on with you?
I have no productive response, but yeah, you're kind of funny. I could listen to this all day.
Well, I have a YouTube channel.
Nice, plug it. Maybe if I'm
It's
bored
inside
enough.
chat. It's there.
Proof. So why don't you talk about your views? I mean, you definitely have some.
Well, I'm an Igtheist, dude.
Okay.
I think the only valid position to take on the topic of the God thing is Igtheism. The other epistemic models are just completely discombobulated and focused on fundamentally incoherent propositions. They should fix that, and then go back at it. But there's a bigger problem than God's ontology.
Could you walk me through that, but a bit slow, just because I'm more on the retarded side?
Do you know what ontology means?
No.
So it refers to being, essence, manifestation, like first principles of objects, of things, like their most foundational core essence, right? It's metaphysics, man. It's fucking metaphysics, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. But that's what ontology is. Google it if that didn't work. Like if you still don't know what it is, Google ONTOLOGY.
Yeah. Why is that the one with like the squiggly thing on the bottom, or is it just like the dot and then the line below it? Which one's
I don't have oops a lot, whatever they're called. I don't do that. I'm English. I'm American, so we deleted all that shit. So it's just a Y. You know, with the dangly bits. Or
the dangly, yeah. Okay.
One dangly. The V with the
yeah,
dangly.
The dangly. Uh-huh.
So that's ontology. It deals with the nature of a thing. It's what it is, right? Independent of our considerations. Just that it is what it is. And then you have epistemics. Do you know what? You ever heard that word, epistemic?
I don't think I could even say it after you. I don't think I could even pronounce it.
EPI, epi.
Yeah, epi.
Stemic, like a tree stem.
Stem?
Stem, like a tree stem, like a branch, like a stem.
Yeah.
Epistemics.
Okay, good. Now define it.
What epistemics? It refers to what we can know about. Well, I like to add about ontology. Not all nerds will say that, but I think epistemics is a set of knowledge claims and worldviews around reality that deal with explaining reality, what reality means to us, right? So whenever you're giving a description, like if you're saying, hey, a tree is a plant that grows in the ground and sucks up carbon dioxide and shits out oxygen, that's an epistemic model. That would be multiple epistemic models, but that's an epistemic model because you're giving an account of a function in reality, and you're giving, description of that based on your observations and stuff. So epistemics and ontology are related. So a thing exists, that's ontology. What we can know about that thing existing is our epistemics.
Okay, and epistemics, is that kind of like from a cognitive standpoint of what, like the sensors we have?
I believe that, yeah, that's definitely foundational in Igtheism for sure. I don't know if all models do that, because you got idealists, which are like functionally retarded philosophers that, just are stupid as shit, and they should just all go fucking eat a dick. And then you got people like me that just accept that reality's real, and I'm too retarded to fully understand it.
Okay. So ultimately it's about variables in their relationship, things you can observe and how they relate to each other, right?
Yep. Observables, and then the relationships. So you got observables are the ontos, and their relationships is the epistemics.
Okay.
When we say the ball rolls downhill, there is a ball doing an action, and that's the ontology. When we say rolls downhill, that's the epistemic model of the description of what we're observing. So it's doing this action we call rolling in a direction we call downhill. In a manifestation we call a rock.
Sounds like a computational hypergraph.
Well, I mean, you do it naturally. It's just part of your human experience that you have a multitude of epistemic models, whether you've codified them or not through a philosophical lens. You have certain practices that you conduct. You probably cook your food, right? Do you cook your food, or do you eat raw chicken and stuff?
Uh-huh.
Cook your food because you have an epistemic model born of, say, like the germ theory of disease, right? The epistemic model of germs is why you cook your food. So you're cooking your food in accordance with an epistemic model. Semantics is the way in which we convey our epistemic model. We draw upon a lexicon. So you have ontology and epistemics, and then you have semantics. or linguistics. Linguistics is how we communicate meaning between minds, between our brains. We're using language to do that, but we're grunting at each other in monkey. In every word, you break up the words. We have syllables, right? Consonants. Those are our grunts. That's our particular set or range of monkey grunt. Like take
Is
the word
linguistics
grunt.
a subset of epistemics, though?
Not exactly. Linguistics is a adaptation or an evolution of the brain. Just it's so it's a complicating thing. But if you go back about 3 to 5 million years, this would be a pre-linguistics, but before our brain had the structures to form language, right? We are more cognitively based, just like all the other animals. We were talking about dogs earlier. We were more cognitively based, but along our evolution, we picked up mutations that caused rapid growth in the neocortex. Those regions of the brain were likely stimulated by mutations in the FOXP2 genes, which are related to linguistic acquisition. So our ability to formulate language came from us using pre-existing features like our mouth sounds, our vocalistics, to make symbolic certain proto-language sounds. And in linguistics, it's thought that those would be like primitive forms of emotions. So soothing noises and aggressive noises. These noises are born from more of a physiological state in the body, that when we're aggressive, we're amped up and we're doing a lot of diaphragmatic breathing, big chest breathing, pulling down on the diaphragm and ramming a lot of air through our lungs. So we sound a particular way when we get ramped up. But on the other hand, when we're calm and passive, our voices take on that tone. And it's thought that these kinds of differences in early proto languages would have facilitated sort of a common relationship in meaning, where anger feels a way for you and happiness feels a way for you. That's common understanding. And once we learn to give warning signals associated with linguistics, like or just aggressive or soothing sounds, and making that word association, would have been the dawn of a proto language, where we would begin using more and more complicating sounds that we could make just with our mouths in conjunction with emotional dispositions. And it would just have been the case that our ability to articulate our emotional dispositions just grew over time. So our emotional understanding of reality would have been what kind of drove the higher logical states, where our brains are trying to computate these raw, complex emotions. So it was beginning to utilize, again, mutations in FOXP2 that allow us to articulate language by giving us the ability to store what's in our head in the culture. That once we acquired language, then each element in the society began to be a database to preserve culture for future people, that we could pass it linguistically. And then the next big advent would have been writing. Writing would have been our next big technological breakthrough, that once we discovered that we don't need to rely on dude remembering the story, we could write the story down and provide symbols to understand the story and the meaning. And that would have been basically the dawn of religion, the onset of anthropomorphizing reality through symbolic reasoning, which is one of the prime underlying functions to Homo sapiens sapiens' ability to deep think. That we, from an early age, teach a highly refined linguistic model that is highly mimetic, extremely mimetic, because of the way that we evolved our brains. The Broca's, Wernicke's, Gershwin's areas of the brain are specific neocortical functions that facilitate linguistics. Pretty cool shit.
Yeah, nice.
So
But maybe I'm
you have that.
misunderstanding
That's all
epistemics, but this
semantics,
is
though. All that linguistic representation. What we're all that shit that I just did right there was just language, right? It was sound, semantics, meaning derived from an internal monologue, an internal construct in our minds. How we constructed this to be a tool to convey information allows us to use that to provide meaning to our epistemics. But what we got to keep in mind is that since we're using semantic representation to convey our epistemic models, that we have to caution from conflating imagination and reality, because your cognition becomes imagination in your epistemic model. You use imagination to think of concepts, like you conceptualize your cognitions, and that's what we're dealing with our epistemics. Is did our cognitions, our shared interrelated individual cognizations, do those match up as borne out in our epistemic models? If our epistemics converge and they work the same, then we have two functioning epistemic models. That would be all that is. Or it may be the exact same epistemic model, just expressed or understood differently. But you can't conflate semantics and epistemics. That's the problem. Is if you're reliant entirely on semantics, then you have imagination. It's purely imagination. It is the cognition that's going to get you outside of the imagination. Even though you're using imagination, which is linguistics, to convey your epistemic model. Because epistemics, when done virtuously, you can have a shared interrelated experience where when you're talking, I'm nodding my head because I'm seeing reality in that way as you describe it. See what I'm saying? That's how you know there's a valid epistemic model, because it works and it functions, and we could see it functioning in real time. So it's just, all that is to say that absent an experience, anything you say about the ontology, any alleged representation that you're doing, whether it be semantics or epistemics, any claim you make absent the experience is going to be a non sequitur, leading to a contradiction. And so if it's a non sequitur, then its negation is equally as likely, and it's also a non sequitur. Its negation is a non sequitur. So you have a broken epistemic model if you're trying to provide description to ontos absent experience. What you have done is used a purely semantic model in place of a valid epistemic prior, something you know to be true about reality, that you need to flesh that out first before you have an epistemic model. But some people get impatient, and so they just take this ability that we have to represent all things semantically, right? Even true things we represent semantically. So they take this ability, this linguistic tool, and abuse it by constructing their statements as if it's pertaining to the ontology, but it's absent the ontology. So it would be gaslighting if I make them aware of this and they continue to say it, they would be gaslighting. They would be alleging an aspect of reality that is true that I don't have epistemic access to, but I rely on their ability to perceive reality in order to deduce the same way that they're deducing. I'm not able to perform deductive logic when I don't have epistemic access and I rely on my cult leader to inform me. So when we're making claims about reality, I would say the only epistemic justification you can give is one's experience of the ontology. That's the only way to justify an epistemic model that way. No experience, no epistemic model. Someone asserting epistemic model absent experience, pure semantic content. That's all that is. It's pure semantic content. And no amount of semantic content will ever get you to a truth about reality. Until you experience it, It's pending, right? You need the experience. You don't need to experience the truth. You need to experience the ontos in order to be able to derive the truth. So it's not to say that the experience will give you the truth. It will only open the door to that discussion. Absent the door open, it's shut. Right? That's the point. It's not saying it's a guarantee that if you have access to ontology that your epistemic model is true. You can have access to ontology, have a bad epistemic representation, and that would be borne out through discussion. You would say it's blue, I would say it's red. We would take a picture, share it. You would see that we would both be able to see that it's, the pictures are both red or the pictures are both blue.
So when you say ontos versus truth, you're saying kind of like set versus like a variable versus configuration of the variable?
Well, when I'm saying true, I'm referring to the correspondence theory of truth. Do you know about the correspondence theory of truth?
No.
So it's just to say that a statement is considered to be true if that statement corresponds to the state of affairs. And by corresponds to the state of affairs just means some degree of reliable accuracy. That, yeah, there could be issues about some of the descriptions, but I'm a fallibilist, so I'm not looking for a complete puzzle in all the pieces. I can extrapolate and fill in the gaps. But it's got to be borne out through the model, right? It's got to be a fair and accurate representation. Inaccurate representations can be addressed in situ, but we would only be able to determine under the correspondence theory of truth that a statement is true when you have access to the state of affairs. Absent the state of affairs, then in correspondence theory, then the statement isn't corresponding to anything. That's the problem, is correspondence theory requires two elements, a state of affairs and then a statement, and then a technical third element, which is an outside element called the relationship, which is whether or not you see that comparison. That you analyze my statement like my dog is sleeping, right? The statement is my dog is sleeping. The state of affairs is my dog sleeping, right? My actual dog sleeping. And if she is sleeping, then my statement, my dog is sleeping, is true. If she's looking at me and awake and looking at me, then my statement is false. But the state of affairs is not what's changing. The state of affairs isn't being subject to true or false. It's my statement that's being subject to true or false. So absent the dog, like say I don't have a dog, like if I say my chinchilla is sleeping, well, that statement is not true, right? That's not a true statement. I don't have a chinchilla. If I had a chinchilla, it may or may not be sleeping, but I can say it, right? I can say my chinchilla is sleeping. I can say those words. That's pure semantic representation. I could say my chinchilla is bouncing off the wall instead of sleeping. That's also pure semantic representation. But with me saying my dog is awake, laying on her side, looking at me right now, that's semantic representation of an epistemic model describing the ontological nature of my dog. So my dog has a status, and my statement comports to the dog's status. That's correspondence theory of truth. So ontos is never true or false. It's never subject to true or false. Epistemics are, and semantics would be, but we wouldn't, it wouldn't be the semantics that would be wrong. It would be your use of a particular definition in a linguistic construct. So it would be a syntactic error or a context error or continuity error or something like that. Semantics is just the meaning we give words. And so since we have the ability to give meaning to words, we can use the meaning, that technique of giving meaning to stuff, we can use that for imagination or reality. We can use it for either one. So our ability to describe, air quotes, describe reality is a feature that we can apply to things without ontology. And so you always have to caution yourself to be able to differentiate imagination from reality. You need tools to be able to ask yourself, is this real or not? Your ability to say and think it is not indicative of it being true. You need a better model than that. Because it could be, it's useful, but it doesn't mean it's true because you're thinking it is, right? Could be false. You're still thinking it. But there is a definitive state of affairs that would be, in a way, and then you would have a relationship with that state of affairs and trying to understand it. And maybe you understand it properly or not. But it's like, if you misunderstand it, like I'll ask atheists sometimes, if I think they're especially dumb, I'll ask them, if you end up being wrong and you find out your God doesn't exist, what happens to reality? And some people will say, well, it would cease to exist, right? Because they're locked in on that. There is no option B. There's just what they've been inculcated on, and then literally complete and total annihilation and obliteration of all egos if they're wrong. Whereas I think an intelligent mind says, look, even if I'm wrong about everything, reality doesn't jiggle or gyrate at all. Not even a tiny little bit. Reality, my brain states will jiggle and gyrate in reality, but, reality doesn't fix itself because I misdescribed it. My description should just be comporting to the state of affairs. Should correspond to it.
Okay.
So atheists and theists, their ontology is this thing called God. My ontology in Igtheism is this thing called ground monkeys, right? And their psychological disposition, which is their proclivity to believe in the existence of things. Sometimes those things are real. Sometimes those things are not real. Sometimes they label these things gods and not gods. Sometimes it's poodles or chimpanzees or bananas or trees or planets or stars or cosmic pedos or deities or whatever. Human beings label and name all kinds of shit. And theism is pointing at this, that we have this linguistic ability. And what atheists and theists are doing is basically ignoring the fact that they have no valid epistemic prior. They're ignoring that in favor of having the conversation of shitting on each other. And they're doing it with entirely epistemics or semantics. It's like Harry Potter versus fucking Lord of the Rings, right? Except it's just incoherent fucking nonsense. It's like adult version of baby babble, right? When you hear the idea that a god is a type of spirit being, when you hear that phrase, God is a spirit being, that to me, that is, and I invented this statement to illustrate it, is no different than saying Shabloo is a type of Blarsel snuffer, right? It's like, okay, well, what the fuck's a Blarsel snuffer, right? Well, Blarsel snuffer it just applies the distal end of a fidget whistler, right? And if I keep doing this, right, like over and over, if we frustrate each other because I never answer your fucking question, right? And then tomorrow, right, like say we work together or something, tomorrow I start talking about Shabloo again, right? You'd be like, dude, fuck, what was it again? And I'm gonna be like, dude, it's a type of Blarsel snuffer, applies the distal end of a fidget whistler, right? At some point in the future, like say we're coal miners or something, we're stuck right next to each other all day long. I'm always talking about Shabloo. Eventually, you're just going to know that it's a type of Blarsel snuffer that applies to distal end of a fidget whistler. Maybe one day you'll be like, well, all right, dude, what's a fidget whistler? Right? And we'll go down that road where I'll just make some shit up, right? And I'm just acclimating your ear to the word Shabloo over time until it stops sounding like a silly made-up word, and it actually is the type of Blarsel snuffer, right? If I give you enough history out of Blarsel snoffers and shit, and how in 1906 the first Blarsel snuffer, you see, and I just build the narrative around it. If I make it believable, I can convince you of the ontological status of Blarsel snuffers and Shabloobloos, bro. And that's exactly what happened with fucking God, dude. It's literally the same thing. Your parents looked you dead in the eye when you're in a crib, and they looked at you and you were like, God. God. Spirit being. That's what they were doing, dude. I mean, maybe not exactly like that, but they were just saying shabloo enough times, and you grew up, and now you're a big boy, and, you know, somebody say shabloo, and it's just, yeah, no, I don't believe in a shabloo. It's retarded, bro. I don't believe in Blargel snoffers either, man. Why? Because you ever tried to even fucking look at a fidget whistler? You can't. You can't even look at it. They're outside space-time. That's literally, I'm telling you, it sounds retarded as shit, but the 8 billion monkeys on this planet are doing that shit right now as we speak, bro. Well, a lot of them are sleeping, but still, they're doing it, dude. When they wake up, these assholes go out there and they start saying shabloo to each other, dude. It just sounds like God, but it don't mean some shit. That's the point. It don't mean anything. It's just pure semantic content. Has no bearing on reality other than monkeys. So, like, you could deal with the ontology of God and spin your fucking wheels in the mud talking to morons, just regurgitate whatever bullshit they like, or you can recognize that the proper ontology is the behaviors of your fellow man and have a philosophy of mind that deals with what these fucking monkeys are doing. They're just being retarded. They can't give up the fact that, you know, we swung from the trees and landed on the ground, and now we're ground monkeys. I mean, it's more than that, dude. Like, one of the oldest things that humans been doing is burying our dead. It's one of the signs of humans. Like, you know, when we find a burial, I mean, we just automatically infer homo. I don't think we've been wrong about that yet. I don't know if we've found non-homo graves. This tells you that life makes us butthurt, dude. It's just intrinsic to being. Being a human being is like, dude, life is dope. For a lot of us. Some of it sucks. And then not wanting that to end, you know? And so people come up with fucking sky wizards to make them feel better. And, you know, when you want to lead an army of men into battle, it also helps with that, too. That, you know, God wants us to do this, guys. No, seriously, I just got done talking to him. He said, I know a lot of people are going to die. I get it, but we'll get 32,000 young virgin females out of it. So just got to get in there and start fucking slaughtering each other. The whetstones, yeah, they're over there. Oh, yeah. Sharpen it up real good. You're going to need that. Yep. See you tonight, boys. I mean, that was the life, man. That's just the life of a Bronze Age fucking shitbag. Being told to literally go fucking slaughter motherfuckers because this dude with full body smegma said he talked to God. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's like you can learn too much. I guess learning that you're a ground monkey really taints everything. You seeing monkeys in clothes and shit like that? We start looking ridiculous at a certain point. Fucking monkeys and rockets and shit driving around on cars and shit. Climbing the side of buildings and whatnot. Out there making microchips and shit. But yeah, man, you can't go with agnosticism because you're Gnostic towards God things, man, unless you got some kind of brain damage. You've heard about them. You're just left wondering, right? You got a lot of questions. But that's knowledge, right? Like if if people are always talking bullshit, that's knowledge, right? You know they're always talking bullshit, dude. They're always full of shit. That's knowledge. It's not good knowledge, right? You're not going to reach valid conclusions on that information, but that's what it is. It's bad information. Every time you went to look to get a result, you got bad information, and that is information that you're getting, only bad, unreliable information. It's random chaos, right? It's like you expect that kind of shit in science. You account for it as random noise. If you can't plot it statistically, it's fucking random noise. Well, that was called a detardation session, dude.
Appreciate it. Anything to add?
What do you mean?
Do you have more things to say?
I always have more shit to say, dude. I have a whole fucking, YouTube channel I'm building.
Set of spiels?
Yeah, I mean, what you see on my YouTube channel is basically all the conversations like that I had with you, that I have with people in this chat room, that come and go,
And you're extremely passionate about this subject, yeah?
No, I hate humans.
I don't get it. Is that like a meme or?
No, I hate humans. We're filthy and nasty and disgusting, and I think this is just one of the ways that we need to wash our nasty asses, is to scrub our brains from this religious trash in our minds that's causing so much social animosity and hostility towards each other, because all religion ever really does is instill the out-group, in-group dynamics, where you're not judging your in-group with the same lens and criticism that you do the out-group, and religion becomes toxic like that. That when you start looking at your own people, you start seeing that even your own people are doing the things that you're criticizing others. But because of this religious in-grouping, you're less likely to check. And then the more toxic that religion, the less likely you become to check it. Like the more hostile that religion is. Like there's passive religions that aren't that bad, but there are religions out there that tell you to kill people who disagree with you and shit. So religion's just bad. We don't need it. It's from the time we used to swing around the trees. We're ground monkeys now. We don't need it.
What? Do you think in 100, 500 years, whatever it is, there will always be religions?
Always? No, but for next 500 years, yeah. Probably next couple of million years, I think there's always going to be...
Million years? We're going to be alive for all that?
No, I'm assuming that we make it and shit. We're still around and alive. I just think it's intrinsic that it comes up. It's part of our power, the power of our ability to imagine and our wonder.
What do you think we'd have to achieve from like a cognitive development standpoint to like completely, let's say 95% of people see past through this shit? What skills do you think
Just
society
inculcation. Just what we're doing now, just better memetics each generation. It's spreading, like in the United States since like the 1920s, religiosity attendance, like going to church, has gone from 70% down to like 40%. So, or 50% or something. It's down a lot. It's substantially. This is a generational problem, though. You got to remember, man, for tens of thousands of years, we've been passing I call it cultural telephone. You know what telephone is, or Chinese whisper?
Like that game where
you whisper?
Gets progressively shittier?
Yeah. It's cultural telephone. One family unit raises their next of kin, right? Their next, They inculcate them with their beliefs that they got from the prior generation, but modified with the lens of their life. That kid grows up and rinses and repeats. It's cultural telephone. You just gotta apply the right memetics to your offspring. You gotta set them up for success, basically. You gotta teach them all the best memes.
Mogi, you say you're trying to be a physicist?
So I didn't finish, but it's already been like 12 years of school. So I'm wondering how much more I care to do.
Oh, 12 years of like oh, so you're a postdoc right now or PhD or
No. This is all like a lot of undergrad, just very slowly, because I got the
12
job.
years of undergrad. Wow. That's interesting. On and off or just like one
Yeah, it's
course at
like
a
grad subjects deeply interest me, but yeah, I haven't had the time to go too deep into it or contribute meaningfully.
Okay. Like what field is interesting?
With which, in which discipline?
Like within physics.
I felt like if I was gonna make any contributions, it would probably be related to fluid dynamics with regards to acoustics.
Nice.
It's like a lot of it is somewhat settled, but maybe like, I don't know, some bridge between engineering and fluid dynamics. Because fluid dynamics, I feel like, is complex enough to make some progress. And then being able to practically translate that to engineering would be nice.
Uh-huh.
How far did you go?
Just bachelor's. Got sick of academia, so doing my own thing now.
I hear. Would you go into data analysis?
No.
Shame. You could just go straight to Wall Street if you wanted to.
Fuck that. Monte Carlo
Why?
monkey?
What?
Like a Monte Carlo monkey? Just sit down and, you know, do some bullshit.
debate something. You stop smacking your
Sorry.
lips.
What? All right, Reed. Do you believe a God exists in reality?
Lips. What?
Do you believe a God exists in reality?
Oh, you're asking me that question, huh?
This is your chance.
What do you mean, my chance?
This is you wasting that chance. All right, Night Vector. You ready to begin?
Yeah, I don't believe God.
So you cannot demonstrate one to exist, is that right? Night?
Wait. Can you repeat?
So, considering you don't believe one exists, you cannot demonstrate one to exist, right? You do not have that ability to demonstrate?
I don't think it's real.
What?
Yeah, that was the first question. And then the second question is about your ability to show whether it's real.
I can't show.
Okay, we accept your concession. You lose, we win. Get back to nerd.
Absolutely
Welcome aboard.
Alright.
Get wrecked.
Somebody's beating the shit out of their microphone.
Wait, so is the core of your argument that there's no sensor that can detect, there's no causal relationship between any behavior and this thing that people call God? Is that the whole thing?
Well, not quite. It's if you're gonna make a statement about reality, it needs to be introduced from some access to it. Like the basis of introduction must be based off of some access to that reality.
Okay, access. What does access mean?
Well, that has to do with how we know things to be true, the epistemics. So,
Okay, and how do we know things are true?
I mean, the scientific method is a great strategy. There are other we don't use the scientific method all the time. We don't use it for 100%, but for those things, we have good confidence, and the scientific method is reliable.
But you need the sensor to detect the thing. In any scenario, for the access point is the sensor, and a sensor is basically just it detects the state of that variable. That's basically what I said.
Well, I feel like you're confusing the observer versus that which is being observed.
We have a new one.
Who's we, buddy?
The non-retards who don't believe in that shit.
I'm an atheist as well, bro. Goddamn. This shit boring us up.
There.
So why don't you talk about your views? I mean, you definitely have some.
Well, I'm an ichtheist, dude.
Okay.
I think the only valid position to take on the topic of the God thing is Igtheism. The other epistemic model. You're hot micing, dude. Focused on fundamentally incoherent proposition. They should fix that. Hey, you're hot micing, man. And, go back at it. But they're Oh, that's some bullshit.
I'll prove it.
I'm already prepared for disappointment. You think you can do better?
You sound corny. I'm alright, man.
Did you say I sound poor?
You sound corny. You actually just don't sound like it's just. I feel like I'd be wasting my time if I actually properly talked to you and discussed things of actual weight behind it.
Right. So this is the disappointment. Yeah. This is that. This is that
No,
part.
I'm more so disappointed in you, but you know.
Right. And I could just put a sock in your mouth, and then I feel less disappointed, and so I feel good. And then you don't get to participate. That's how that works.
Yeah, and then we get to shit talk you until you leave because you're retarded.
Right. If you were wise enough, maybe you would have had a chance to have a conversation, but this is now how it is, right? It's like one-sided. It would be basically a speech, maybe a lecture, you could call it. Like the folly of your actions.
Were you guys ever theists?
Me, no. I'm a product of Soviet communism.
Nice. What about Anti-Nerd United Strike Force?
What about me?
Were you ever a theist?
Christian.
What was the process of you converting? What was that like?
Puberty mostly, I think. I had experiences, but I think we all have experiences. Just, we have the same experiences, and we're given reasons to believe and not believe, and when it came time for the ones that made me not believe, I just paid attention to them.
Yeah. Okay, good night.
Later.
Bye. Nice to meet you guys.
Julio,
Hello.
can you prove it?
I think I can.
All right, prove it.
I can.
Then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Sorry.
So then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Sorry, man. I don't get it. Your English is so native for me.
You got dominated.
How do you say you got your shit cognitively pushed in your language? All right, John.
What?
Can you prove it?
Yeah.
All right, prove it. Does it take a long time or something, or like what's going on?
Yeah,
I'm curious, why'd you say yes?
What was the question?
Well,
Proof what? What was the question?
The God thing.
Uh,
calculating.
yeah, let me open Claude real quick.
No, thank you. We don't want to talk to Claude.
Yeah, Nick, I hate humans because of how shitty humans are. I think that's why most nurses hate humans. Talk to many nurses?
Yeah, it's I think the day to day feels kind of degrading sometimes. If it isn't the patients, it's the next of kin.
I was talking to one nurse and they were telling me that the one thing that irritates the shit on their emergency department nurse was having to repeat yourself. Like having, you know, a great big old heavy guy come in, you know, diabetic shock or some shit like that. It's like, dude, you know, you can only tell them to take their insulin or some shit, you know. Somebody, you got to just, but you got to do it. You got to tell them every fucking time. It's like, dude, you got to take the needle, put it in the thing, just slide it on the thing every time. And it's simple instructions. They nod their head, they understand the steps. They show you how to do it, you know, like all that. Then they leave, they drink beer, they come right back. Right? That's, you know, you got you got people who are ground zero to an aspect of the human condition that most people try to avoid looking at. And when you're ground zero and they're coming and going, of all ages. You know, you got little girls coming in with diseases and shit that they shouldn't have. You got great big old fat people coming in. It's like problems they should have, right? Like, and you know, you see the great big old fat ones, and you know, they might be 50 or something, or just whatever. I'm not trying to pick on fat people. I'm just trying to pick on people who made poor life decisions, and you have to see them every fucking day. And then you got people who wish they had life to make poor decisions in, right? Like they're like 7 and they're dying or something like that. So you just got to kind of learn to just kind of take it as it comes. You know, you got people just throwing their life away, and you got people just begging and crawling for another day. And that kind of shit wears on you, right? It doesn't mean that you're going to end up hating humans. It just means that, you know, that's why these people are dicks or misanthropes, you know, because it's hard to see that kind of shit every day and not, you know, wreak havoc on your fucking psyche. Suck. Oh yeah, it makes the run a lot better. Holy shit, it was chugging. Too much shit on the fucking ground. Still got too much shit on.
All right, what did I miss? Did we solve world hunger?
Yeah.
Shit. I mean, no, good, good. I didn't need the credit.
No, I know. I'm just having fun. Yo, what's up? Oh wait, no, this is.
Hello, everybody.
Prove it.
Hmm. Okay. So let me ask you a question. So hypothetically, if a group of people were to witness a miracle, 3 million people, and they were to carry this for the next, let's say, 1,000 years, and it's authenticated that 3 million people claim that this miracle happened, and they all witnessed it
Dude,
on
can
this
you just
mount.
cut to the chase, man? You think I want to listen to all this shit?
Yeah, so what I'm asking you is, do you think that's logical? Like, do you think if 3 million people were all claiming or authenticating that they witnessed a
Bro,
miracle,
yes,
would you
they're all
believe it?
fucking retarded. Every single last. You want to add 30 billion to it? 5 trillion? You want to put in 876 quintillion fucking retards believing in magic? Yep, they're all retarded.
Okay.
You believe in magic,
So
you're a retard.
let me give you another example.
No, I don't need
So
one. I don't need
what
one.
if these people? So you're not.
No, I don't need one. Now, do you want to engage in a real conversation?
Yeah, we can have a real conversation, but I'm just like trying to get somewhere with it.
You're not getting anywhere spinning your wheels in the mud talking about ontology when you don't have ontology.
Okay, just let me ask you a question.
Do you realize that everything you said was pure semantics? You didn't
No, it's
appeal to
not.
reality at all. There was no reality in anything you said. Not a drop. Not one speck of reality. It was entirely semantics.
Okay. Well, can I tell you exactly why I believe that this is true?
No, you can offer me ontology. When you've offered me ontology, I'll experience it. Then I'll derive my own meaning, my own understanding in epistemics. Then we'll compare our epistemic.
Okay, we can use historical evidence. So the Myrna to Pastel in 1208 BCE, an Egyptian inscription.
You're telling me a story.
No, this is historics. This isn't.
Dude, when
this
I
isn't
interrupt
story.
you, don't keep talking because it's a clear sign I've stopped listening.
Dude, okay. So if I tell you like historical accounts and historical proof, like not even like theology.
Yeah, that would be
Okay,
semantics.
so you don't take history?
No, I'm saying that's semantics. I didn't say I didn't accept it. I said it's entirely semantic.
Okay, why will you not listen to my point?
Because
Whenever
there's
I bring
no
up
ontology, and I'm
history-
asking you about ontology. You're not appealing to epistemology right here. You're appealing to semantics.
You realize that's just a study of what exists and what it means for something to exist.
Epistemology is about knowledge. Semantics
No, you
is
said
about
ontology.
how... Jesus Christ, can I finish speaking?
You said
Ontology
ontology.
is about being. Epistemology is about what we can know about being, and
Yeah, and
semantics...
you're just doing semantics right now.
Ontology is about being. Epistemics is about what we can know, and semantics is how we represent it verbally and linguistically. You are just offering me semantics, so you're just giving me verbiage. That's it. Verbiage. That's all you've given me. You haven't said, hey, go here and look at...
I'm not offering any type of...
You haven't said, go here and look at this thing, and that will be ontology. Then, when I get there and I look at that thing, I'll look at it, right? I'll smell it. I'll lick it. I'll taste it. I'll do all those things. When I have an epistemic model that I have, that I can talk to you about, then we'll share our experiences. And then, and only then, will I be able to fact check your claims. Until then, it's entirely semantic. Like, I think this is pretty fucking simple. I don't think this is overly complicating anything. I think this fucking nerd was trained to just gaslight people with a fucking fairy tale until they gas out, or, I don't know, fucking something else. But, like, bro, I've been in this chat room for like over 1,000 hours, and just this chat. I ain't gassing out, motherfucker. I ain't gassing the fuck out. When I die, I'll gas out. And you guys will probably hear it. I'll probably just have a heart attack or something. You know, just keel over.
It's funny how they've never heard of like Emperor Nero or Perseus, like you like to bring up.
Yeah.
The Odyssey just came out, so that's probably the most. I gotta watch that movie. Maybe he's in it. Maybe there's a little bit of that Medusa action.
Might be. I have to check it out too. See what's going on with it. I mean, I get why. It's their programming, man. It's like they're trained to do this. You gotta break them of the training, though. But like some people, they ain't fucking interested. Like me, dude. I am as closed-minded as it comes these days. I ain't fucking interested in learning anyone else's brain rot like anymore, dude. I just want to like regurgitate the shit I know, and then yeah, just go fuck yourself. You take it, do it what you want. I don't care. Atheist, theist, you do whatever you want. Because I think the epistemology just in practice it'll just do it to you. At some point, you'll just be like, all right, fuck it. The thing that irritates me to shit is how actually simple this shit is. But when you're inculcated, when you're just thinking of all the shit that's just in your head, it's hard to see. So it's none of this shit that I'm saying or that any of the philosophers that talk about this shit is actually complicated. The jargon can be, but once you get to like the jargon, it's just, bro, like how can you not see that this is your life too? Like this is what happened to you. I articulate that, you hear it, and you know that's what happened by and large. There's obviously people out there that fell through the cracks, didn't get inculcated, or at least it was inculcation light and shit like that. But like most people, you gotta admit that you were just born, raised, and taught to believe this shit, and you don't fucking know. That's the answer. You don't fucking know. You really, at the end of the day, don't fucking know this shit. At least a lot of it we don't know. A lot of it we do know it's fucking idiotic. You know, like this is like science has ruled out a lot of this shit. But at the end of the day, cosmic entities and space monkeys and shit, dude. Fuck, I don't fucking know. There could be fucking alien like just like 3 inches from me, just breathing down my neck in another dimension. I can't even fucking see them. I think that's what I like about alien movies, man. I don't know. Like, have you seen what's that one with in Alaska? Took place in Nome, Alaska. What was that one? The one with Resident Evil chick. She was a psychiatrist.
Batman?
No, it was an alien movie, alien abductions.
Still Batman.
No, it's not Batman. It's was it The Fourth Kind? Yeah, The Fourth Kind. I hate it.
Off Spielberg or something?
Sorta, yeah. It's probably like a parallel universe trying to go off that vibe. But it was it only is going off of the naming convention. So Close Encounters of the Third Kind, I guess, is like interaction, like you see them, you see the alien. First kind is like you just see it zip across the sky. Second kind is like they land, right? Third is like you're talking to them and shit, and then the fourth kind is they're like taking your ass and like probing your butthole. So I guess that's what that movie's about. It's about getting your butthole probed.
There's like a whole anime that got made off this one movie where it's like Navy ship got like blasted into the past to like World War II or something like that, and I gotta figure stuff out.
It's an alien one?
No, not aliens.
Oh shit. I don't know. I like alien movies. I was big into like crypto shit, cryptozoology and aliens and shit. Part of what got me out of Christianity was aliens. Well, I can't say that it got me out of it, but I definitely was part of my transition, like reading all them books about Anunnakis and shit like that, Zechariah Sitchin books.
Hello?
What's up, Privet?
Greetings. Oh, let's see.
The other server above is so fucking laggy.
Then just go away. We don't like you.
Oh.
We have bad rapport.
Me and you?
Yeah.
Did you do something bad?
Yeah, what part of go away do you not understand?
What part of the question didn't you understand?
That no means no.
Not
It's
in
non-consensual
conversation.
at this stage.
Not in a conversation. What am I, a rapist of conversations?
Yeah, you're a chat rapist.
Okay. I'm raping you right now.
Yeah, you're chat raping me right now.
Okay.
This is
You
the
understand we
behavior of a
don't-
terrible person.
Yeah. It's not like we're feeling bad. It's just that you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, could I ask why?
I don't know, probably because
It
your
doesn't
parents
think-
like malnourished you or beat you or something like that, or maybe they just
No,
didn't show
what's the reason? What did I do to you?
Probably your just general attitude. I don't know. I don't know what you did to him,
What'd
man.
you say probably? Why are you
I'm
joining
just
the
giving
conversation if
you
don't
asked
know?
why, and I'm speculating, bro.
Why are you speculating then?
Because it's part of thinking and figuring out problems.
That's like saying in a group, oh, does anyone know the answer?
No, here, maybe I just figured it out. So, bad guy, you asked me a question, and then I started answering you, and you gave me like some time limit. It was about 3 to 5 seconds, and then you started talking. You're not here to have a conversation, apparently, because when you are here to have conversations, you're listening for someone to finish, giving them that time, showing them that you're attentive. But when you're giving someone 3 to 5 seconds and then it's like, okay, your turn now, that's like TikTok behavior. We're not like in a rush, right? We're looking for like a conversation. But you're just like it's like you're playing speed chess, but like retard version or something like that. It's just like nobody wants to deal with that shit. So, no, it's not that you spoke too fast. It's that you're not listening. See? You see right there? You said, so I spoke too fast. No, it's you're not listening. No, you're not. You're not listening. You're hearing. There's a difference between hearing and listening. Hearing is just want. Listening is you're getting the syntax and all that shit. I don't know. It's up to Mogi, dude. I'm indifferent. I don't give a shit about you one way or the other. It's Mogi that hates you. Mogi's probably one of the most abusive mods we have in this chat, dude. So I don't know what to tell you.
Hello, I'm back. I don't know who muted me.
I did.
Yeah, so when you get rejected in a bar,
This
do
isn't a
you
bar.
are you entitled to a why when you're rejected?
No, but you can ask for one.
Right. So no means no.
Yeah, it's the thing. You don't ask for one. You can, but that's rape.
Okay, but can I honestly ask, what did I do to
No.
you?
See, that's the
means
thing right
no.
there. Like, you don't get it, dude. That's definitely a gross, man. You're not entitled
Is
to
it
an answer.
gross?
Yeah, because you're not
Is it
entitled
gross
to.
to-
Yeah, you're not
is-
entitled. Yes,
You're a
because
bad
you're not
person.
until you see how I had to fucking physically mute you. I said yeah, and you started interrupting. I was like, and then I repeated and I said it again. And then you did it again. Then I had to take my finger off the fucking push to talk button, mouse over your shit, click, and in that amount of time, you started talking again. It's not the speed of your talking; it's that you're not listening. You dense sack of shit. I told you this before. It's because you aren't listening. I told you that you are not entitled to an answer. And your follow up, I fucked up right there because that's one word, to that was to be persistent. What part of that in your retard brain said follow up with more information? No means no, like Mogi said. So when you ask and you're told no, you fuck off at that point. You don't sit there and say, excuse me, ma'am, why are you rejecting me? You're not entitled to ask the question, you fucking retard. You're not entitled to the answer, and you're certainly not entitled to fucking ask. When you're told no, you fuck off. And when they see that, hey, maybe they'll be like, all right, never mind, I was a dick, or something like that. But when someone tells you to fuck off and you're sitting there going like, why? Why do you want me to fuck off? Can you give me a good reason to fuck off? That's why. Right there. That's why. Now, if you just fuck off, right, they might feel guilty. They might say to themselves, hey, this guy, maybe I'll give him a chance. But when you spurg out like that, you're a fucking retard. That's all you're telling the person. So when they tell you no, you go fuck yourself. You don't ask why. You just go fuck yourself. Because when you're telling someone to go fuck themselves, you're not obligated to tell them why you want them to go fuck themselves. You just want them to leave you alone. And in like real life, like if you're like right next to someone and you do that, that can be criminal. That can be a criminal charge. You don't get that, right? That would be social harassment. And the reason harassment's a crime is because it causes violence. People get mad when you fucking bother them, and they're prone to violence. So we have a crime in my country. I don't know about your third world shithole, but in my country, we have a crime that says you can't fuck with people. You're not allowed to fuck with them, but we're on the internet. So, you know, blah, 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 blah. But you're asking, why are you considered a chat rapist? It's because you're a filthy piece of shit. That's why.
I think you kind of fucked your laws up there, bud. You have a freedom of speech.
There's no freedom of speech. No, you can't. There's no freedom of
Yes, you
speech.
can.
Oh, really? Try it harder. How's that freedom of speech? When you're not in America, you're in my fiefdom, right? Which is then Doobie's fiefdom, right? So I'm a little duke, right? Under Doobie's fiefdom. If Doobie just decides one day he wants to use his dick to delete this channel, hey, that's it. It's gone. Channel's gone. It's called a fiefdom. So no, go out there on the streets, and you'll have freedom of speech out there, technically, from the government. You won't have that shit from the private man, because remember I was talking about that harassment shit? There's people out there, they got their whole fucking teeth knocked out. They got killed by biting a curb because they wouldn't leave people alone, right? They had the nerve to look at a motherfucker. There's people out there get triggered as fuck, you make eye contact with them. You fighting now. You're fighting now. You fucked up and you looked at a motherfucker, and now you're fighting, dude. And what are you gonna do? Cry the whole time while you're getting curb stomped that, oh, you got rights? Yeah, you do, motherfucker. And you know what? That guy, they ever catch him, he's going to jail. Well, they're gonna drag your ass to the fucking morgue, right? So I mean, yeah, you can express your rights on the streets, bro. Go ahead, do that. See?
It's like you recognize there's something called verbal assault, right? Is that a law you fucked up?
Dude, just use your freedom of speech, bruh. Like, here, look, let me bestow upon you the freedom of speech, good sir.
Why, thank you.
You're infringing on the rights of others by
I've
using
never
your
heard
speech.
of verbal assault. What is verbal assault?
Yeah, it's a situation where you infringe on the rights of others by using your speech, and that's like illegal in the Constitution.
Not a thing.
and there's
Yeah.
a codified law for that.
What is the
It's called
Supreme
assault.
Court ruling?
Are you this retarded? You don't know what laws are?
No, I want to see the Supreme Court ruling that says that there is such a thing as verbal assault.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely verbal assault.
Hey, you
so
could go find it. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna look it up for you.
like for example, let's say I got like two angry ass fucking Rottweilers on a chain, and I tell you, hey man, if you don't give me your lemons, I'm gonna sick these fucking dogs on you. That's an
not verbal
assault,
assault.
right? That's assault. Yes, it is. It's a threat.
It's not verbal assault.
Yeah. What do you mean? Would you I
How is that-
telepathically
how is that
fucking
verbal
imprint that shit on your fucking brain? I use my mouth to fucking threaten you.
You did not. That's hate speech. That's not even hate speech.
It's a verbal assault. It's assault, bro.
It's not assault.
It's a wow.
That's not assault.
Yeah, what state do you live in?
Alabama.
All right, I'm gonna look up the laws of Alabama after this game. I'm gonna look at assault. We'll see
In
if
this game.
we'll see if verbal communications in there.
In this game.
Yeah, my game's a little bit more important than your stupid argument.
All right, let's see. Alabama does not have a specific criminal charge named, quote, verbal assault, end quote, but purely verbal behavior is heavily prosecuted under other criminal statutes under the Alabama Criminal Code. An individual can be arrested and jailed for words alone if the words constitute criminal harassment, menacing, or disorderly
speech?
conduct. Nope, no
Hate
hate speech on there. That's not on there. Let's see. The primary laws
insinuating hate
used
speech.
to prosecute verbal abuse in Alabama include one, harassment or harassing communications. So that would constitute abusive language, verbal threats,
This
digital
insinuates
communication
hate speech.
penalty. You see what happens when you use your brain, bro?
This insinuates hate speech, and you didn't use your brain. You looked it up.
Yeah, that's nice, man. Yeah, that's what a brain does. A brain says, hey, I don't know some shit. I'm going to go look it up. You fucking retard. Like, no wonder you're like exactly how you are, dude. You literally were about to chastise me for using my brain. I told you, Mogi, there's like a new generation of people where using your brain is like unattractive or something. And there's chicks out there who actually like find it attractive. And so these dudes do this. I think it has to do with, you know, that shit drug people were doing, or were like fermenting human feces and huffing the gas. I think that's what they're doing. I could be wrong though. I might have just completely made that up. I'm not exactly sure. Well, I mean, I am thoroughly sure that I made all that shit up.
Yeah, in Alabama, it seems to be specifically physical.
What is it?
Well, assault in particular. But I don't live in Alabama.
For assault. Yeah, probably specifically assault, like actually attacking. But yeah, you could get menacing. Menacing is probably the verbal assault version of the law. Menacing would be the example I gave with like dogs, or a gun would have done the same thing. If I say, hey, give me your lemons, and I show you my gun, I don't gotta threaten you to shoot. Like I don't have to say, hey, I'm gonna shoot you. I'm just showing you the gun while giving you a demand like that. Yeah, it's not assault, but I mean, that's just semantics.
Yeah, so harassment is considered assault in the 4th degree in my state.
Yeah, I can see that. Harassment's easy to get on somebody. I got one on me a while ago, and it was over the stupidest shit, dude. I was like, "Are you fucking serious?" I just ate it. Went through it, dude. I was like, "This is dumb as shit, dude." Like in my state, if you come up to me and talk to me and you're like, hey man, blah blah blah, and I'm like, yo dude, leave me alone, I don't want any contact with you, and you say okay, that's harassment, dude. I'm not even bullshit, dude. They can get you for fucking harassment. Now that's not what I did, but mine was a little worse than that shit. But that is the standard, that repeated unwanted contact, that's what the law says. So meant to annoy. So if I could prove that you annoyed me and shit, but yeah, you at least have to show up in court and say some shit. It's fucking stupid, dude. But I understand why they do all that shit to like protect people. So yeah, the civil criminal is a lot harder. Because like the criminal side of harassment, there's the element of with no legal reason. So like if you have a legal reason to annoy someone, you can annoy them, as long as it's legal. Like they owe you money or something like that. Like you have a legal reason to or they did something to you, But on the civil side of it, the civil side is super easy, but there's no real weight behind it. It doesn't affect you. You get criminal harassment though in my state, and yeah, you get fucked pretty hard with that shit. But
We have a long list for what counts as harassment. Jeez.
Yeah, it
harassment, hate crime, telephone harassment, stalking, cyber harassment, all sorts of child crimes.
What is
felony
it called?
hazing.
Is it tort law? I can't remember which law. There's tort and there's another kind of law. They're I have to look it up. But yeah, one of them's just like so complicated because it's just based on interpretation. And a lot of civil shit, like complaints between equivalent parties. All right, nerd. Let's go prove it.
Prove what?
The God thing, man. Jesus.
Oh yeah. All right. Here. All right. I'm drunk, but look. Here's what I gotta say. Um. God. Here's the thing about God, man. Shit, man.
Hey, how about you think and then speak?
That's a good point. What do you guys think about it? What are your guys' opinions?
No, think and then speak.
Okay. I'm trying to, but I drank too much alcohol. Let's see. It's because alcohol kind of like fucks up your.
But no, you're not doing it.
All right,
Basic
you're right.
You have one job.
Okay. Thinking. Okay. Um. Oh wait, I'm supposed to prove that God exists, or that God doesn't exist.
Start with the first one. If you can't do the first one, do the second one.
Okay. So why I think God does not exist. Okay. Um. Physics. I don't know. It's like on a it's like on a system, we like got all the formulas and stuff and shit. You know. It explains a lot of like reality. Did God create physics? I mean, if he did, I don't know. He hasn't really.
Wait, why do you think that's a valid question?
Because I'm drunk.
Yeah, but
I don't
it's
know.
like, do you agree that there are inappropriate questions?
I agree. I agree to that.
Right. So, do you need to give explanations for not a thing?
Shit. Okay.
Like,
Okay.
let me give an example. Why did you
Alright.
steal money from the starving orphan children?
Because I needed money to buy beer.
Oh, then you're a terrible person.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. You don't need to give explanations for not a thing.
Okay.
Guys, Jeffrey Epstein raped me when I was a kid.
That's. Do you think the rape of Jeffrey Epstein raised God?
Okay. If you want,
Dude, is Discord derping out? That was fucking weird. Testes? Mogi? Penis? Testes? Yeah, I have no idea.
I hear you.
Okay. Dude, what warped my brain the hardest there is both you guys started roboting the fuck out at the same time. I don't know if it was me or Discord or.
I mean, with my bad rap for the past week, I would have put it past.
That's
just
what I
me
was
having
saying.
that problem.
Because I remember you doing it too, but then he did it as well. Like he was roboting too. That was wild.
Okay, what's up, niggers?
We don't do racial slurs. Gotta go.
Idiot, dude.
All right, Only, you ready to begin? Only, you there? The voice chat, you're expected to use your voice.
Good old winter time. Looks like it's here.
Winger time?
Yep. Finger time.
No,
it's winter, and I got my first like real snow in Project Zomboid this playthrough. I had a dusting already, but it didn't fully cover the ground like it is now.
Yeah, wintertime you are at, it's like, oh, it's still brown.
I'm doing really well this playthrough. Like, really well.
you seem to be enjoying it quite well. I was gonna say the stable build seems to be good, so I think I'm gonna get into it too.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. I don't know if I have any real beefs with it per se. I do know that the community is complaining about the like the menus are bulky and just out of date. Like the crafting menu could be a lot better, and then a lot of missing recipes. Like you can make pizza. Like the game has stock ability to make pizza, but they don't have the ability to make cheese nor tomato sauce, which I have more milk than I know what to fucking do with. I have like months old milk that's perfectly fine, just been sitting on the floor this whole time. Now there are mods you can get, which I'm trying to find the stuff to make it. I think this playthrough might be fucked for that playthrough or mod because I've been driving around the cities and I keep getting these errors, and you know, like when you get in mod conflicts, and I think it's trying to spawn some ingredients for that the mod, but because I put it in like mid playthrough or whatever, so I think it just kind of broke it, but it's still playable. It just gets the errors where I think it's failing to load the assets or whatever.
Oh, that's awesome though.
But yeah, next time I play it, next wipe or whatever, I want to try it because then I'll be able to make cheese, all that shit, dude. It's like a whole bunch of extra, like 1,200 fucking different recipes or some shit. But yeah, they
I think it's cool.
The stock doesn't have the cooking is just terrible. Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking because like you can really like grow everything. Like you can have a whole production line, right? Like start to finish.
Yeah, and it's kind of janky how they do it. Like I don't know if I want to play with the seasons on because it's kind of annoying that they start you in like July, which means like all of your food crops, well, not all of them, but the majority of your food crops you can't even plant. Like if you jam out and you find all the seeds you can, by the time you get a decent stock going, you're already past the time you want to be planting like carrots, cabbage, lettuce, all that shit, tomatoes, corn. So you end up, when you start, you got to wait, you got to survive a winter basically with no real farm going. You can make wheat and shit like that, which you can turn into bread and eat the bread. But the one thing I will say is like once you get your animals set up, fucking your initial start, if you like I went and slaughtered 4 pigs. I found 4 pigs, slaughtered that, few other animals, a couple of chickens and shit here and there. And I've got plenty of fucking food. I have so much food. I don't even have like I have canned goods that I just keep in my vehicle, but dude, I have so much food. So like some of the balance, some things could be balanced. It seems like the food is OP as fuck. I'm playing on basically stock settings, and I don't feel like I've starved at all. You know, I have my dude. Like I have so much butter, and I could make so much more butter. So like you could just sit there and drink milk and survive. So you get you a couple of like don't get me wrong, it's not like super duper easy to get cows and shit. Like it's stuff. It's work. But yeah, you should have. It's definitely worth getting into Build 42. If you enjoyed PZ in the past, you'll enjoy Build 42 for sure. It's definitely better.
Well, I usually gauge games by how much you complain, and I really haven't heard you complain like you said. So yeah.
No, I haven't had any real issues with the game that I can think of. Yeah, nah, not really.
Some of your rants are pretty fucking epic.
Oh, I guess yeah, I do have a complaint. It's it needs to be optimized. Like cities where they've upgraded and all that stuff. Oh man, it's so choppy driving through those cities. But that's expected to probably suck for a little while because they're trying to be sneaky, but but they've already been outed by the community. They're probably implementing ladders, vertical climb ladders, because like driving around in all the new upgraded cities and shit, you see them all over the place. Looks like they should be climbable, and they will be. They'll be climbable. So I think they're probably going to wait to optimize until something. They're doing something. I don't know. But yeah, there will be climbable ladders, and that'll be pretty dope. And the reason they want the climbable ladders is because there's a lot. I haven't been to Louisville yet, but they say there's a lot of areas in Louisville where they want you to have roof-to-roof access, so you can like build bridges across, and you'll want ladders to go up and down floors on the outside of buildings. So you'll be like living on the outside of the building. You don't necessarily go inside the building. But yeah, I need to get to Louisville to see the skyscrapers because apparently they're pretty big. So. But I have not been up there yet. I haven't even been to the mall in this run. I've been in North Muldra. That's it. But I've been all out west because out west is where you got to get all your animals. So when you play, if you're looking for animals, you want to go to like Echo Creek and Irvington. I love this fucking spot. This spot's fucking great. Like I would have.
Code for unlawful discharge of a laser.
Was it green?
I'm guessing it has to do with like airplanes and shit.
Yeah, I know you're not allowed to shoot airplanes yet. But then green
Yeah,
ones
add
are
a
like
pilot
super
is one of them. Firefighters, pilot, bus drivers, school bus drivers. Yeah, we got a bunch of like niche laws. Just because we got a lot of niche people, I guess. All right, Water.
What's up?
Do you believe a God exists in reality?
Yeah, man, I believe in God.
All right, can you demonstrate said God?
You said what? Can I demonstrate God?
Yeah.
Well, the proof of burden is not on me, man. I just said I believe in him, but I don't have to. You can't prove him, but there's evidence for God. I think so.
Can you
Proof
even
is
tell us what God is?
proof
Do you
means
think
that
there's
it
good
can't be
reason?
another way. Yeah, I think there's decent
No,
reason
in
to
this
believe in
case,
God.
in this case, I'm asking if you have reasons such that a reasonable interlocutor would accept it.
I think like we have a bunch of constants on Earth, you know, and they're so perfectly precise for Earth, for like the world to be the way it is for
Have you heard
life
of
to
the
occur.
Texas sharpshooter
So I
fallacy?
think, huh?
The Texas sharpshooter fallacy?
I'm not. So I'm not tapped in like that. What's that Texas
All
sharpshooter
right.
fallacy?
Here, I'll get an image to accompany the analogy. So there's a farmer in Texas, right? And he's got a barn. He pulls out his 6-shooter and shoots a bunch of holes into the barn. Then he paints a bunch of, then he takes out like a paint bucket and paints a bunch of bullseyes around the holes and says, look, I shot all these bullet holes so perfectly around these bullseyes. I'm the best sharpshooter in Texas.
How does that apply though? Because
And you're like, hey, look at this in nature. All these things fit so perfectly for this way. Look at how things are this way. It is this way so perfectly.
I mean, yeah, but you can't. You have
Perfect
to admit
score.
though, if it were to change a little bit, then there wouldn't be life, right?
Bruh, hold on. Have you
Am I wrong?
taken biology? Do you know about the first epoch of Earth, like the Hadean epoch?
I think I've heard of it. Can you refresh my memory?
So after two planets collided, our planet like got the shit beat out of it. The crust was completely vaporized, like and turned to liquid. During the heavy bombardment would have been massive fucking raining down. And then in the late heavy bombardment, things were cooling down. Earth's atmosphere at that time was there was no atmospheric oxygen. Every bit of oxygen was wrapped up in some kind of compound, some mineral, and it would have been a long
Is there proof
time.
of this, or is this a
Yeah.
theory?
No, there's definitely proof of this. Rocks in Australia and I believe in Canada on the Canadian Shield. There are the oldest rocks. And
What's it called
these-
again?
The Hadean epoch.
Okay, I got it.
And so Earth's atmosphere would have been just like toxic as fuck, dude. You would have lasted seconds in it, right? Like heat aside, just the very noxious fumes and shit that would have been in Earth's early atmosphere that the first organisms would have been thriving on. They would have been consuming it or at least tolerant to it. And due to their metabolic processes, they would have changed Earth's atmosphere over a very long period of time until photosynthetic organisms came about. And then photosynthetic organisms started farting out oxygen, basically. And they would have farted it out in pools, and those pools would have basically what they mean by
But you're
pools,
saying they would, bro. Like, is that true?
yes, there's stromatolites, and so Earth's early crust was a lot different than it is for us today. Today we got mountains and shit, right? And the reason we got mountains is because over time Earth's pressure has pushed up the lighter materials towards the surface. So the silica material likes to basically float on the surface, but early Earth would have been pretty homogeneous. There wouldn't have been mountains and shit, no tectonic plates because it just cooled down, and it would have been.
Let me
water
ask you
world.
guys this: do you guys believe in evolution?
But hold
I
on,
presume
let me get you there. And so when you're saying everything's perfect, because we're still on this point, you're saying everything's perfect after 4 billion years of evolution, right? So we evolved along with the environment. So you're just pointing at a trivial thing as if it's some novel observation. It's like every biologist knows the history of Earth changing over time. So depending on what age, like if you would go back to the dinosaurs' times, 30% higher oxygen content in the atmosphere, you would become hypoxic breathing back then. You would be breathing in too much oxygen. You would die probably. Or you could probably learn to breathe different, but you would still get high O2 sats and it wouldn't be good for you.
Okay.
That's why the bugs were so fucking big.
I have a question.
Okay, what do you think the
evolution-
term is? What do you think that word means, evolution?
Well, it's kind of like a temporal thing. Like basically over time, things evolve to like its nature and the way that
You're
its
using the
environment
word in
is.
the definition.
the way the environment is to like shape certain or like to make life more habitable. So
Dude,
like
what?
there's certain epigenetics, kind of
Dude, what?
change over time. I don't know.
You kind
But let me okay, but my
change
question
over
is this then. My
All right,
question
when
is this
things
then.
all right, when things reproduce, they're different, right?
Yeah, but they become different because
All
of the
right, so
environment.
over time things get more different.
Okay, sure.
That's it.
But
That's
why are we
that's
the
the whole thing.
only?
That's the whole thing, right? Do you believe in evolution?
No, I don't.
Why do you believe that things don't get different over time?
Well, here's the thing. I don't believe. Like, why are we the only ones to rationalize while
Whoa,
apes are
whoa, whoa,
so
no,
stupid?
wait.
and-
Why the pushback again? Is this part of the pushback?
No, I'm asking. This is why I don't believe in
No,
evolution.
why?
is
Wait, no.
'cause-
You're saying you don't believe things change over time?
No, not in the way that you guys believe that we came from space
Well,
dust and then
hold
we
on,
turn into
dude.
What?
organisms and then
What are
we
you
turn
talking
into
about?
apes.
No.
Do
What
this
are you
one
talking
at a
about?
time. Like you're trying to jump around water.
All right.
He's just talking to
So-
you about this idea that evolution, true to its most basic definition, is the change in allelic frequency in a population over time. Now, an allele is a gene type, right? It's a type of a gene. So,
Okay, I do believe in evolution, but not the same way that you guys do.
well, you do. You've just been gaslit and lied to, and I can convince
Okay,
you
well,
otherwise.
can you prove that?
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
but all right, prove
if
it.
you have a blank canvas and you
No,
can add,
don't give me some
and you
analogy. Can you
if you
prove
don't
it?
stop interrupting, I hate obstinance. You're not going to ask me a question, then ask me to educate you, and then constantly interrupt me. You're
Go
not
ahead,
going to
go
do
ahead.
that. So if you have a blank canvas and you can add one pixel at a time and take a picture of every pixel that you add,
Okay.
right? You know that eventually you will start being able to resolve a picture in all the dots, right? Now, there's not going to be a direct line when you get a picture, but eventually your brain will be able to see a picture developing, and then the rest is just trivial. So there's an idea that you can have a very trivial amount of change occur over an amount of time. Now, what you've been misled into the notion of speciation is that you think there's any one generation that would give birth to some other species. And when you're thinking about species, you got to think within multiple generations. So with human beings, we've been Homo sapiens sapiens, this species, for about 300,000 years. So anywhere along that sliding scale of 300,000 years, you can go back in time and breed with any one of us for the last 300,000 years. Crocodiles been being able to do this for like 300 million years. Along the crocodilian line, they haven't changed so much that they could probably breed with any member along their line. Now, 300,000 years sounds like a lot, but it's not. Geologically speaking, if you think about a 300,000 year gap, let's just say 300,000 years is just the range of where you can breed. So no matter where you move that 300,000 year block back in time, there will be a gap of 150,000 years on either side that you'll be able to breed with members of the same species. So it's never going to be like you give birth to something substantially different that you would say this is a different species. It's the total accumulative 300,000 year block that you slide around for the last 4 billion years. So you got to understand that this is piecemeal and slow as fuck. Now, we've been accumulating for the last 300,000 years, we've been accumulating a lot of morphological differences, but we're still close enough that we could breed. But primarily what keeps us Homo sapiens sapiens is our brains. But like insofar as body size and shit like that, we've gone through a lot of morphology. We've gotten a lot bigger, wider, just stature, because we're getting better nutrients and we're living longer to, breed bigger and shit. So you're never going to get to a point where you're like, oh, bam, here is this species, and then within a very relative amount of time, short amount of time. Speciation is across many, many, many generations. Think about how far back you can go have sex with one of our kind for 300,000 years, bro. You're looking for a fast, rapid thing, and you're saying, well, I believe in this type of evolution, but not a different type of evolution. It's that 300,000 year gap that's a testament to how little change is occurring over that amount of time. But at one end of the 300,000 years to the other end, where you're not 150 on each side, but when you're at 300,000 and then you're looking at 300,000 years in the future, those animals are so different that they can't breed. And it takes that much time for animals like us. Other animals, not so big of amount of time. Other animals, longer amounts of time.
I mean, I don't know. That just.
You
that
see what I'm
doesn't sound
saying?
right.
That 300,000 years of tiny little changes happening each generation, tiny amounts of change. But
Right.
when you
Think of
skip
it.
300,000 year chunks, those little tiny amounts of change can accrue to a lot of change. For us, in that amount of time, it's about a foot in height, 100 extra pounds of mass, right? That's what it looks like in that 300,000 year span. It's just a bit bigger on average.
So try this analogy for your namesake, right? You have an Olympic-sized swimming pool that's empty, and then you have this tiny faucet that just goes drip, drip, drip. Just so the water doesn't evaporate, right? It's gonna fill up, right? If you have enough time. There you go. And so let's take the analogy to change, genetic change.
Okay, but then that still doesn't prove why other beings aren't rational and we are the only ones. Like crocodiles, he said, for instance, they've been around for like what 300 million years and they're still stupid. They
Crocodiles?
still don't do anything. Like it seems like they haven't evolved
they're
at
the
all.
smartest animal that there is in the niche that you need to calculate the IQ in. So if you're in the water and
But
you're
they
in the crocodile territory, you have the highest IQ on the fucking block, bro. Now it's not intelligence, but it's survival. Like you are a badass, like period. Everybody fills their niche. Our niche apparently is intelligence, bro. You're trying to judge.
But why? Like why though?
Dude,
How?
they don't need much logic. It doesn't take much logic to be a crocodile and to live in the crocodilian niche. We're formerly arboreal monkeys that moved to the ground and we're outmatched. We're outclassed. We have to be clever to survive. So we had to trick our way through our survival, right? And so we developed a very complex neural network, man. We now look at us, bro. We're fucking the alpha of alpha predators because of this big ass bulbous head we're carrying around. It ain't no other feature that makes us the kings, dude. It's our big ass brains and the evolution of human intelligence. You know, dude. You know, you could say it's luck, but it's just physics, bro. It's just chemistry, and we're the result. Crocodiles are the shit too, dude. If you're living right next to a crocodile, the last thing you want to be is a fucking monkey, dude. You want to be a big ass, nasty fucking crocodile or a hippo or some shit. Something that could fuck a crocodile up, you know? But you don't want to be a human. You'll be okay if you got a tank, but not all humans got tanks, bro.
I don't know, dude.
You got to look at it
It's
at the
just-
lens that we profess to shit, not the way that you've been manipulated to believe it. Where you get this Pokemon level fucking change. The only change you ever see is 1 pixel at a time. That's what what you can see. If you want to understand the picture, you have to imagine all of the pixels and how much it's changed over tiny little amounts.
Okay. All right. Well, evolution aside, do you guys believe in the Big Bang theory?
It's
In the Big
happening
Bang?
right now. You can directly.
All right, what do you
observe it.
think that is? What do you think the Big Bang
No,
is?
but like, do you guys believe that like everything expanded, or
You
like
can
there was a
see it
starting point?
happening right now in real time. It's not an
So-
event that happened. It's an event that is happening.
I thought it was a theory.
Right. So you're
Oh,
saying
never
past tense, but the Big Bang theory is everything's expanding right now.
They just talk about the Big Bang because that expansion, as far as like space time goes, happened either 13 billion years ago or 26 billion years ago.
But so if it had
It's
a time,
strictly
you know,
13, but it may actually turn out to be twice as old, but we don't actually know.
but who created the universe?
It's an incoherent
Like if it had the beginning, right?
And
The universe.
so question: what did you observe in reality to indicate created?
No, but that's not what I asked. I asked like, who created the universe? You know?
Yeah. What did you
question.
observe to indicate created? We got to establish created as a thing before we answer that question.
Yeah, not everybody believes the universe was created, dude.
Okay, but then how did it come to be? Because
That's the
everything
same
has
question.
to have an explanation.
You're asking
What
if
did-
it wasn't
what-
created, then how was it created? You just asked it in a different way. You said if it wasn't created, how did it come to be? Come to be is created. We don't believe in creation.
So you don't believe in? Well, you were created. So, but you don't believe
I
that.
was not created.
Wow. So, but there was a point where you weren't there.
Well, it
You
depends
agree?
on what you mean by me, but no, that statement's not true. I was
Oh.
always here.
You were always here.
Yes.
I always accuse
Even
the
after you die.
equivalence of form and essence when you ask that question, right? You're using created in two senses of the term as if they're the same relationship. So consider the analogy of a potter making a dinner plate. In one sense of the term, you'd have the pre-existing clay. The potter shapes it. They put their stamp on it, says I'm done, and then it's the dinner plate. That's created. It's the form of the stuff has a new form. But there's another sense of the created where the clay or the whatever the stuff is made of, there's no stuff to stuff. Like nothing to something created. And you're saying these are the same relationship, right? Because you want to say that the universe, the second one, and then you're trying to use the example of you, like anti-nerd here, as the first one, and you're saying they're the same, right?
I say again.
So you provided an example of anti-nerd being born. That's an example of the first relationship. There was existing stuff, and there's a new shape of the same stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he was just never.
Right? But in the second sense of the term, you're trying to say universe. There was no stuff, and now there's stuff.
Okay.
That's what you're proposing, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you're saying those are the same type of relationship?
Not necessarily. I mean, but they're two different.
Yeah, I
questions.
I think it's rude for you to say that those are the same type of created. So you're saying this other sense, right? The nothing to something relationship. Where are you getting that from? Where do you see that?
I never
reality?
correlated the two. I never.
Well, you
correlated
asked the question for the universe, right? So you did imply this relationship, right? Where are you getting it from? Where do you observe in reality?
Use me as the fulcrum between the two ideas. You're trying to say, hey, you came into existence, didn't you? And I'm saying, no, technically I didn't. Just like the universe itself, reality can't come into existence. I'm just an aspect of reality. So I didn't technically come into existence.
Bro,
but
what?
yeah, I'm made of reality, dude. So are you.
Okay, but then
right, you're a part of it, right? So you are an aspect of reality.
I mean, yeah, but like
Some call this a
Right.
transient function.
Right. And so if you don't believe that reality is a thing that comes into being, you need a better answer to what is happening that we're saying I and you. What are we referring to there? And that is a transient function, right? We're an assembly of pre-existing parts, but there are novel functions that come about as those parts are in arrangement. So when they're in an array, they can produce a higher ordered function. And for us, that's biology. Pre-existing parts assemble themselves through the laws of thermodynamics and kinetics to form structures that give rise to emergent properties called organisms that go on to have big brains and say monkey shit. And they'll die, and their parts will scatter back into the universe where it is, right? Like you don't die and return back to reality. You never left it. You're just a particular way that reality is folded up in on itself and arranged. That's it. You're just a part of reality, and you think through your ego that you are separate from it, but you're not. You're a function residing as a function of it, right? You see, you're not different than it. You are a thing of reality. I can see you, right? You're over there in reality, being reality, taking up reality. You're not taking up reality, right? You're just a part of it. Everywhere you go, that's just reality changing that way. That's what it looks like when reality moves into that spot. From here, over there, it oozes around and shit.
Okay, fine. But this is a pivot. Like, okay. When I asked you and you said you've always been there, like, what do you mean you've always been there? That means that you would never cease to exist. Like, you said you
No,
never had a.
my emergent properties cease, but they were never there to begin with. Processes don't exist. The function does not exist. The structure exists, and the structure does things. The things the structures do produce, higher ordered states called emergent properties. Those emergent properties are transient conditions of the functioning system. When the system stops functioning, those emergent properties cease to be, but don't mistake them having being. They don't have being. They have existence as emergent properties. So they're temporal agents. They're temporal properties. They're properties that must exist through that function of time, that they're in operation.
Like you're not the same cells as you
Wait,
were.
are you guys full on atheists?
Right?
Like, you guys believe that
No,
there's no chance God
atheism's
exists?
stupid. Atheism.
Like, you guys are agnostic?
No, I'm an igtheist.
You're what?
IG theist, igtheist.
Oh, you cut out.
I'm full on though.
I've never heard these terms.
Atheism and theism are like superfluous or whatever in my model. They're just dumb as shit. They don't actually mean anything. It's just adult baby babble.
Oh, so you believe that God, talking about God is just his existence is meaningless?
Until properly defined, yeah.
Okay.
I'm full on though. I know no God exists. So I'm Gnostic. I'm a Gnostic atheist.
Dude, like
I have knowledge.
For me, the gods that I would say don't exist are the gods of our imaginations. And we could get into what those are, a lot of them. And the gods that I would say exist are merely anthropomorphizations or personifications of nature. People throughout history have worshipped aspects of nature. Now, in my philosophy, focuses either on ontology or epistemology. And so when someone says God, I just want to know which one. And if they pick one that's real, then that God's real. If they pick one that's not real, then that God's not real. I'm still left wondering what a God is. I
okay,
only
what about
know
the Trinity? What's wrong with the Trinity?
It's
in its
from an
essence, or-
external critique. Christianity or the Abrahamic God is just nonsense. From an external critique, like science, for example.
Okay, what about internal, based off the scripture?
Internal, I mean, it gets.
I have some
convoluted, but-
arguments.
Yeah, there's a bunch of convoluted ones, but
Do
Yeah,
you
what-
need an art? Are you a Christian?
Yeah, go ahead. No, but I want to hear like the perspective of like what you guys think on religion. On
I
like,
just think it's a book of pedophilic mythology, so I just treat it as trash and disregard it as anything of
like
warrant.
mythology.
It has no epistemic warrant whatsoever.
Mm. But so you guys think morality is subjective?
No, that's
Wait.
an incoherent question.
Bro, come on.
Have you thought about what moralizing is?
Moralizing.
Yeah, what is moralizing?
I'm not sure what moralizing means.
See,
Like,
that's
what do
what
you
I
mean?
mean.
Like,
It's an
judgments?
incoherent question, dude.
It's a judgment of an action.
That's what morality is. You're a social primate, right?
but so you don't believe in right or wrongs? You think that's just
Hang on.
intelligible?
You're a social primate, right?
Bro, stop with the evolution.
So if you were on a like on a train or something, and I was on a train with you, and I started poking you, you're gonna get mad, right?
No.
You're not gonna get mad. I just start poking you in your fucking rib. You're just trying to hold on to the thing, and I'm poking you in your armpit. You're not gonna get mad.
Not necessarily. I don't really get mad.
You're gonna get mad, dude.
No, bro. I'd feel weirded out. I wouldn't get mad. I swear, I'm being serious.
What if I was all like,
If you hit me, I get mad.
gross? Yeah, I hit you. I just fucking haul out and fucking hit you, dude. Right in the fucking dick, dude. You're gonna get mad?
Yeah.
See, I know that about my fellow man. I know that. If I poke you hard enough, you'll get mad and hurt me. And you know that about me. We know this about each other. It's a feeling we got, bro, because we're social primates. We feel that shit. It's like an emotion. You have a specifically
It's not applied to everyone.
it's a specifically hyper fixated emotional state that allows you to navigate society full of dangerous ass ground monkeys, bro. Dude, we're violent. Remember we were talking about how violent and fucking badass we are, how we could fuck up like the crocodiles and shit? Dude, you sleep with these things. You sleep with an animal that can kill a crocodile, bro. What is that? How does that make you feel that you lay down and cuddle with one of the most dangerous animals on planet Earth? And the reason it's
What
not
do you mean?
fucking you up is because it's got a big brain.
Exactly. Which, like, God made.
But I'm telling you, like you want to say on the one hand we're these super dangerous animals, but on the other hand, what? We're also highly socialized primates, bro. Meaning we're fucking navigating our environment with our emotions and our rules and our regulations of social behavior. This ain't magic, bro. This is just monkey shit. You can balance, right? You have a specific area of the brain that is computating balance, bro. You have one, maybe multiple, that are computating morality, your ability to determine whether you want to be poked or not. You don't get that from a fucking book, bro.
So,
you know how you learn shit sucked? The bakey fell out of your mouth. Shit started
have
sucking.
you guys read the Bible? You guys read, like,
Yeah,
some
why do you
scripture?
think I said it was pedophilic, bro?
Oh, there's
Hey,
pedophile in the Bible?
You asked a question earlier. Do you believe in good and bad? Right. Let's contextualize this with what we understand moralizing.
I
to
said
be,
right and wrong, not good and bad.
Okay, right and wrong. Let's contextualize that with the judgments of actions, right? Because that's what moralizing is. So right and wrong are